What's up? Getting the stream started a few minutes early. We're a Discord server called Pocket Mission, running Adventurers League regularly. A few ways you could find us, I suppose. Just give us a follow here on Twitch. Shoot us a message. We're on Warhorn, Pocket Mission, warhorn.com. Search up Pocket Mission, that could help you. Always look for more to join us, as well as DMs. Today we got a Feywild Trilogy start. And we'll be getting started in just a few minutes.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome. Looks like everybody on roll 20. I think we're missing one in the chat here.
Looks like Reese.
I'm sure he'll pop in just a minute. He's got his character sheets coming up as well. I've already got my stream going ahead of time just to save a minute. So if you're streaming, feel free. Or, just so you're aware, I will be streaming to my whole, 2 viewers that'll slide through, but you'll be getting those stream hours. I'll be sure to include that in the session log, of course.
I just need
Hello,
control
viewers.
have control of Milo yet.
Alright, let's get you all set up, as well as Reese here. Okay, we are pretty much exactly at start time, and everyone should be good on tokens. Let me know if not, real quick. All right. And any issues along the way, we can definitely make some adjustments and such. Other than that, I would like to thank each of you for joining me today. And we are going to be playing WBW-DC-ROG-01. If you need that code, just let me know. It's posted elsewhere and such. It'll be posted again in the session log, of course, as well. And this adventure is called Imagination Lost. So it's a little bleak, but I'm sure that won't hold true for us today. That being said, it's going to be a WBW Feywild adventure, so you know generally what goes with that. Typically a little more exploration, social based. But make it what you will. I hope everybody enjoys it. This will be the first of a trilogy, and I'm going to be running the next two this month. I think a few of you are already signed up for those. But if you're not and you want to be, I would love to have you. So other than that, I think this one is really best if we just jump straight on into it, and more of the background of things will be kind of revealed along the way. But as far as just adventure hooks, you know, because you need somewhat of a reason to be here, you all find yourselves in the Hulak Forest, and it could be for various reasons. It could be that you're on your way to Cormyr. Plenty of work to find in Cormyr, as usual. A party of strong adventurers, such as yourself, could easily find work. There has been some recent conflict there, so the army is in need of help, they've heard. In addition to that, there are a group called the Nightcast Entertainers touring around Cormyr, and you know they leave these little flyers around with small little feline paw prints. Perhaps you've picked one of those up and are interested in tracking down these entertainers and checking them out. If you're of Fey descent, I don't think anybody is though. So
No, I'm just an elf.
Yeah, elves are Fey ancestry.
Yeah.
We're not Fey creatures.
Yeah.
all right. Yeah. So with that, probably best to just turn it right over, and you guys find yourselves in this forest on a winding road. You've been traveling with high cliffs on either side, populating a mixture of pines and broadleaf trees, and you come across a camp here. Of course, in the few days or weeks that you've been traveling, you would have gotten to know one another. So with that, I'll turn it over. We'll just go in token order this time around. So we'll start with Kane. If you want to tell us just a little bit about yourself, mechanically, background, and you know what you would have shared with these individuals over your few days of getting to know each other.
Kane is a tall human male. He's around 6'6", a little above 6 foot. He's 24 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, but he's got a kind of a darkness behind his eyes. He's seen some stuff. He has that 1,000-yard stare. Speaking of 1,000-yard stare, he is pretty perceptive and he can see pretty far in the dark. He is a human Twilight cleric, level 10.
Okay. And how about David?
You see what looks to be a Goliath wearing heavy armor with the holy symbol of what you recognize to be Helm. He recently, no, not recently. This was months ago. He's been on a bit of a break after completing quite the journey through the Underdark. Something to do with drow politics and whatnot. You know, it's the whole shtick. He's been vacationing for a while, and he figured it's time to get back to it as he begins. As he resumes his quest to look for his rival. His name is David, the son of Jesse. He's looking for his rival named Goliath. a halfling that he slew long ago. And he's just trying to hunt him down so that he no longer poses a threat to the realms. Little does he know he will never find him. But anyway, he is chillaxing with the party. He enjoys playing music on his harp or lyre, and he likes sharing his original songs. That's him.
I feel like you guys we're 2 in and you are already tailor made for this. Let's keep it going with Taroni.
Yes. What you see is a wood elf, greenish skin, um, wearing just basically like robes, basically just normal robes, maybe some cold weather gear once in a while. He travels with. He does have a rapier on his side and a quarterstaff with him. He's just out adventuring, just meeting new people, just trying to enjoy having been venturing with others and doing what he can in nature. Uh, don't see any armor. Just out, just doing whatever the heck he wants to do. Basically, he'll say hello to everybody and thanks for having me in the party with us for this journey. And he is 8 levels of Mercy Monk and 2 levels of Rogue.
Living the good life. Elaith?
We got a little bit of background with right now, so I'll be quick. Lath is a high elf, Drake Warden, as you can tell by the big beautiful brass dragon next to him named Tijuana. He can ride Tijuana, but out of respect doesn't. Lath very much fades into the background because Tijuana's the star of the show, and he's just happy to be out of the city where he was a watchman for a long time. And level 8 Drake Warden, this Lath.
Very nice. Alright, and last but certainly not least is Milo.
You see a halfling, a Lightfoot halfling, dressed pretty much like his picture. His fingers crackle with little arcane magic. He does have this bottle hanging around his. It looks like a old green Coke bottle, better description, with a little orange design on it. He doesn't go anywhere without it. Sometimes when he thinks no one's looking, he'll kind of talk to it. But don't be alarmed if you see him do that. He's not losing his marbles or anything. He's just very enthralled with his bottle. He is mechanically a Divine Soul Sorcerer 7 and a Genie Warlock 1, Ifriti to be exact.
Okay, thank you guys for those intros. And just real quick, almost forgot. Always in trying to use safety tools. We're not too strict on it, but let me know if anything comes up. On this one, I really don't think anything unless anyone's had like a recent loss or something like that. But if at any time you feel uncomfortable with anything, just let us know in chat or however you feel comfortable doing that. And we will most certainly adjust and move on accordingly. And with that, you guys come across this camp. You can see how they have set their wagons up in a little semicircle kind of off the road. And dusk starts to settle in here. The glow of their fires kind of seem cheery at first. But as you approach, you see that the demeanor here is rather grim. You kind of come across a thin dirt road and that's scored with these recent wagon ruts. And hovering in the air is the mournful sound of a violin. And as you draw closer to the music, you come into this little clearing with these wagons, and you see the brightly colored and the kind of glow of the fire kind of contrasting the somber scene. And you can see the group of entertainers kind of huddled near a small, recently dug grave. and their heads are lowered in sorrow as one of the women, dressed in bright blue, plays a sad tune on her violin. After a few minutes, she finishes, and each person in this group places a wildflower on the small grave and begins to disperse as the ritual here is complete. And as you guys might find yourself a little intrusive perhaps, or a little awkward, and as you witness this, and maybe a small tear coming down, one of the people approaches you, a woman. She seems to be a human, but dark curly hair, brown eyes, and olive skin. And she says, "Oh, I'm afraid this isn't the best welcoming we could give to fellow travelers, but my name is Lyria Nightcast, and we are the Nightcast Entertainers. Who might you be?"
So we're at the scene where they had just concluded a burial. Is that correct?
It seems to be the case, yeah.
Well, as a sign of respect, David's gonna take out his lyre, pluck a few strings. Then he says,
I will clasp David on the shoulder and cast guidance.
"Thank you for the guidance." And he will sing one of his pieces, just a few lines, as he says. He sings, "Be merciful to me, for I am in distress. My eyes grow weak with sorrow, my soul and my body with grief. My life is consumed by anguish, and my years by groaning. My strength fails because of my affliction. My bones grow weak." And and then he says, "Sorry for your loss."
Oh, a fellow composer, I see. Your words are striking to my core. And for a moment, she kind of almost seems to hunch over, but then stands even taller and kind of pushes her shoulder back. "Yes, sorrow has fallen upon our camp. And yet, you are welcome here. And we've only been here for a night or so. It seems to be relatively safe, until we heard a scream, and we've realized that one of our youth, only a 10-year-old boy, was missing. I hate to trouble you with such grim news upon your arrival here. Please, make yourselves comfortable."
He will do just that, and introduce himself as David, Paladin of Helm.
"It's very nice to meet you. If only you were here before, this could all be prevented, but alas, we cannot look in the past."
What has happened here? Gestures to the burial. They mentioned that they lost one of their own, but are they willing to share the details?
She kind of takes a step, and any of you that wants to kind of form a little group here is, you can see a good amount of people in the background, kind of setting up for the night and things. And she says, "Sure, we can share a few more words. Well, I fear it's the trolls. I didn't even know they'd be in this area, but we ran to see what the screaming was, and we found only the hide of a troll disappearing through the underbrush. We gave chase, and yet all we could find some hours later was the poor boy's skull crushed underneath a nearby tree. We tried to rush him back here and do all we could for him, but with his skull crushed in the way it was, he died within the hour. I'm afraid the troop is heartbroken now. And yet, I feel we would all be a lot safer and more at ease with warriors of your strength. Would you stay the night here with us?
Sure. I have no
Yes.
problem with that.
Can you show us where the boy was found?
It's a bit of a ways off, and nighttime already approaches. I'm not sure we could do that tonight. Perhaps tomorrow we could retrace our steps there. And as she says that, you see a little gray-blue cat kind of stride out from behind the wagon, and this is her, of course, dressed up in the purple robe. But you see this little kitty kind of stride out, and as the cat comes out into the firelight in front of Lyria, she's kind of interrupted, and she gestures down. Shoo, Periwinkle. And the cat just seems to completely ignore and come like sit up on the rock here and get cozy.
Is this not yours? Gestures to Periwinkle.
No, we've only met this little critter when we showed up here. Altogether a friendly little creature, but you know those little cats, they tend to whine between your legs and always get in the way. But Periwinkle's harmless.
Can we make an insight check on Periwinkle to see if there's more intelligence behind the eyes than just a regular cat?
You definitely can.
David will offer his hand to see if the cat is willing to approach. You know, the usual thing.
I swear I rolled it. It's just taking forever.
Okay, so as David kind of approaches the cat here, feel free to do so if you wish.
Not approaching too close because cats don't like that. He thinks.
Okay.
Well, just like here, and hold out a hand, and does the gesture to beckon the cat to approach. Should it want to approach?
Okay, and as you're doing so, you're kind of striding forward across the camp. Kane, you perhaps stand like hands on hips, giving the quizzical eye to the scene, taking special interest in the cat here. You do notice that it seems you can't help but witness out of the corner of your eye there how Lyria does seem like particularly distressed over this death. And as you're kind of like distracted with that, all of a sudden you notice that Periwinkle looks up at David and drops a little parcel of sorts out of its mouth. Seems to be kind of like a piece of wood wrapped up in a little slip of paper of sorts.
Oh. Is that normal? Is pointing it out to the party and Lyria. Is that normal for this creature?
It's easy to teach birds how to deliver messages, but it's hard to teach a cat how to deliver a message.
Not because of a lack of intelligence, I assume, but a lack of willingness to do so.
Yes, it's probably the stubbornness and say, "You ain't the boss of me."
Because it's funny, I know. David will use a spell slot. Using a spell slot, auto preps. These are auto prepped anyway, so okay. And look at Periwinkle and say, "Good evening." Does Periwinkle say anything?
Periwinkle kind of like turns his little grayish blue head and looks at you with the striking light blue eyes And he says, "Oh, not often one of your stature can actually communicate with a great feline like myself. Well,
David will say, it's not oftentimes felines such as yourself would leave a parcel like that. Gestures to the one that was dropped.
Well, if I must tell you, I belong to a secret organization known as the Magnificent Mouses. And, well, I mean, it's pretty hush-hush, but I was tasked with a mission of great importance. Ha-ha!
Would you call yourself burdened with glorious purpose? So the party is just hearing meow, 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 meow. Probably, you know.
Yeah, I missed the classes on cat.
Is it alright if I pick this up? Meow, meow.
Ah, but of course.
Picks it up.
Go ahead and make
say, sorry, go on.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check, just as you give him a general question there, and maybe he'll say something.
I believe. Does having the can I use animal handling? Or is it really persuasion?
It's persuasion. It's only DC 10, though,
Okay.
I'll tell you, so don't be too discouraged.
You underestimate the power of RNGesus' anger.
You can do... Okay.
Oh, yay. Okay.
So he kind of like nudges it forward with the paw, and he says, yes, the great black cat Marnabara has entrusted me with just that. I must give this paper, whatever it is, and this strange little wood thing, probably of no great importance. Anywho, apparently it is to save Foresight, one of Roganus' kittens. I don't actually know who that is, but I was told that, and he kind of like inclines his fuzzy little head to this kind of broken wagon over here that looks like it's like halfway between repair and such. And he continues to say that, this Rogerna, I'm not sure who that is, but I heard that that's her wagon, at least.
I'm not sure if I'm spelling it right, but anyway, we'll say, maybe you'd like some help finding this Rogerna. May I ask the rest of my party? Maybe they know.
It'll be one more in persuasion. Let's see how you do on that.
Even the meow meow. I believe in the meow meow. RNGesus. Yeah, there it is. There's the one I've been waiting for.
Well, to be honest, I'm not really involved much further than this. Yeah. But I did enjoy this conversation. I don't get to share my true wit and intelligence very often with others. And he kind of like preens himself, like standing with that little arch, and just from perhaps a little knowledge, and of course speaking with him, you can get the sense that he's probably only a couple years old, a bit, he's like a little young and full of his own prowess, as it were, but harmless, of course.
Okay. In any case, if Periwinkle, is Periwinkle their true name though? Because sometimes it's not. What may I call you then?
It'll do.
Okay. So, with that, if Periwinkle will not be inclined to converse further, David will share with the party about the things that he was told.
Okay.
But
so-
it must be the information about the mighty Mousers must remain hush hush. Or he won't bring it up because he's supposed to be. It's supposed to be hush hush.
That's awesome.
That-
He appreciates that.
It's supposed to be hush hush. So anyway, yeah.
Is it more hush hush
share
than the
that.
Harpers?
I
The
mean,
who?
the fact that we know about the Harpers means that they're not very hush hush.
I'm kidding. They're so open for a secret society. It's not even
Right. Right. Anyway, we'll share about what's needed though, not the fact that the cat is from Mighty Bowser's. No, just the mission.
Okay, so he starts to lick a paw. Looks a little more disinterested as you turn away and share what you've learned in your newfound kitty language. Good use of a spell, I'd say, as he had a whole conversation block that, could have happened or not. So, always fun. And you guys can take a look at these little things that he drops down, of course, before you explore the camp further. Here's this, odd wood cutout, and you can see how it's engraved in the way that it is. And in addition to that, there is this strange ticket that was wrapped around it. You guys should have had those pop up, but they're also in the handout section of the journal if you want to look at them later on. We'll be using that throughout the adventure, so be sure to check back there if you want. So you got those two things, and you guys can proceed how you wish.
Yeah, we'll just chillax and play music. It's just in the end, relax and whatnot. If unless the party wants to check out some stuff, in that case, I'll accompany them.
Were we supposed to deliver this to someone?
Someone named Rogerna.
Let's go
Someone.
see if Organa's here.
Maybe Lyria might know something.
Just go around and look around, see if I see anything that might have that name on it, or the Morgana Garna, or anything like that, or any, I don't know, papers, or just any person maybe overhearing.
Okay, so I had one mention of bringing this to Lyria's attention, and then the other one to kind of look for signs of Rogerna. How do y'all want to? I think both are good avenues. If y'all want to, if y'all want to split the party.
No, don't split 15 feet away.
Right. No, I think this is a
Yeah.
fair split.
I meant more right here in the general vicinity than other places, so because I didn't really want to move away from my party too much. So
Okay, I think I'll start with that and then bounce back over to Lyria, if that's cool with y'all. Because
yeah, no worries.
you're taking a peek around and stuff, and you, of course, with the information shared here from Periwinkle, kind of really the only clue there was this wagon of sorts, and you're looking for anything like that, and sure enough, on this wagon that was mentioned, you can see that it's kind of covered in some grime and such, but you kind of rub some of it off with your sleeve or whatever you have quickly, and you could see that there's a painting on the side of the wagon, and there's a little poster of sorts that says, "See Madame Rogerna's magnificent mousers." And as you kind of see this, go ahead and make me either a nature or a survival check of your choice.
Okay. Not very good at these, but
Okay. So you can see that there's a kind of a pile of debris, probably from the inside of the wagon there, laying on the ground as they kind of cleared it out to work on it and such. And you can see some parchment and such, and some old vials, and perhaps some fabric from bedding, a broken wheel or two. Didn't really seem to be too much of value there. And you kind of take a peek on the inside and see how they've like swept it clean and such. And there's still a frame of a wooden bed there with a small little shelf. There's kind of an interesting little woodcut map above the bed. And that's pretty much all there is with the wagon. And then real quick we'll jump back over to Lyria, as I guess we would say David and Plus would approach with a piece of wood and a little paper you just received.
Yeah, Cam just asked, do you know where Regana is?
Oh, I'll admit I've never heard of that name, but the thing little Periwinkle dropped to does look familiar. Well, I guess there's probably a bit more I should share. When we got here, we found this wagon there in the underbrush, but as you can see, it's pretty dirty and worn down. It looks as if it's been there for years. And then she kind of looks up, and you can see like beyond in the kind of darkening night, the moon's kind of like hanging brightly over this cliffside, as I'd mentioned earlier, on either side of the road you're traveling, there's just these huge cliffs. She says, "I'm afraid that it seems to have fallen from the cliff up there. The strangest thing, though, we've never seen wood like this. It doesn't appear to be rotten. It's in great condition, although everything else there was just super old, And well, as you can see, we're starting to fix it up, and well, we're hoping to join the flock here and get to moving on soon. While we were doing all this, I did find this," and she hands you another one of these little wooden pieces, which I will reveal to you now. If Roll20 will respond, there it goes. Okay, hopefully that one popped up, but it is in the handouts for you. And I have one more as we'll kind of connect the party in a sense.
Yeah, we'll check the one that's in the wagon as well.
Permission to give guidance to those who are looking and stuff?
If we get a roll coming up, but hopefully both of those popped up, the wood piece 2 and the woodcut. You guys can see all that.
Do any of them pieces or symbols or anything on the pieces of wood look familiar to me at all?
They look like they fit in this maps, and one of the squares looks like the center of this maze here.
And as far as looking familiar, it does not. It doesn't seem like anything you've ever seen before in any kind of books or anything. Yeah, completely foreign.
You said that this cutout is on the top of the wagon, so it's on its side?
Yeah, it's kind of like hung up there on the wall of sorts inside here. It's a bit awkward, but you can maneuver in pretty easily.
Do we want to see if they will fit in there? The two pieces that we just found?
Might help figure out where we need to go, maybe.
Anybody opposed?
Not opposing.
And I'm over by the wagon now. Can I make a survival check to look around?
You sure can.
Guidance or no?
Yes, please. I can do it on myself, but...
No worries.
I rolled it like a minute ago, and it's still rolling. I might just use roll 20 instead of D&D Beyond.
Okay. You can see
That's pretty
pretty clear tracks all around the wagon, kind of leading from where it was originally kind of drug out from the underbrush to where it is now. And you can clearly identify them as little tiny feline paw prints.
I will relay that to the group. There's been cats everywhere.
Seems as if perhaps someone wasn't being completely honest with as much as they had known earlier.
Yeah, cat's got small brains. He probably forgot.
Okay. So who wants to slot the little pieces into this woodcut?
Attempting to do so.
Okay, and as you do, you can see how somehow some magic is activated, and you insert the pieces with your friends kind of huddled around, looking in from odd angles as everyone can get a good look at this and see that the woodcut fountain starts to appear to bubble as if translucent water is pouring from it down the way. Oh? You know what they say. Should probably touch it.
Sure.
Standing within 10 feet of you.
Some weird nudge in your brain tells you, we must touch everything we come across. And you dip your hands into the water, and it almost feels real as all of a sudden feel weightless. Even your feet seem to like lift up off the kind of wooden wall of this wagon, and you notice behind you all your friends are coming with you, and you all, your surroundings completely disappear as you seem to be nowhere, completely in limbo. If you've never experienced this, some of you may start feeling a bit nauseous and things, as all of a sudden you emerge from what was clearly a portal of sorts, and you instantly feel completely better. Any sort of like transportation nausea you had in that brief moment of like, it completely disappears as you feel like more invigorated than before even, and you find yourself in a round white marble fountain, the cool water kind of gently lapping at your ankles, or higher or lower depending on height, of course. And with that, I can copy you over to a strange new place. So you're going to be in about the middle right of the map. Oops, oh, there you are, Milo. And you're all kind of there in the center with the little fountain. And as you kind of collect yourselves in this cool, clear water, you see that it bubbles from these holes in the center stone pillar. And you're kind of surrounded by a large field with knee-high green grass just kind of gently moving in the breeze. Where before the sky was darkening and night was truly approaching, all of a sudden now overhead is a bright blue sky. It's almost disorienting as the noonday sun here seems to have completely replaced the moon approaching before. And as you kind of look around, you can see that there's an odd stone sign there with 4 arrows pointing in different directions. And there are a few paths that kind of lead off from this strange like field that you're in. and you can see that off in the distance, everywhere around you, is just clouds of sorts. Like you're hanging in a field of clouds. And there's some good distance of land that go off in different directions and such, but it almost seems to be if these are like floating islands of land in a sky of clouds all around you. And with that, you guys can do whatever you want.
Elith and Milo and Tijuana, come close. And I will cast aid at 5th level on all 3 of them. So they get 20 hit points total to the max.
Oh, that kind of magic doesn't work here all of a sudden? Just playing. just joking.
No worries. So the Drake and the 2 casters both get 20 hit points total to the max.
Nice.
I have to admit, yeah, that sounded kind of realistic. I'm like, oh wow.
You had me for a second there.
Nah. Just kidding. Okay. Anything else?
No, it's completely sunny out, right?
Oh yeah. And but where before
I hate it.
you
I hate
felt
it.
tired even before, and now you don't all of a sudden. Like you feel kind of more awake, a little more alert, and you don't feel like a sense of there's no like actual sun shining upon you, if that makes a difference. It's just bright blue sky, but it seems as if everything is uniformly lit by kind of like a noonday sun at approaching zenith.
We can tell this is a fountain in the center of our map. Do we want to go to the northwest, where we know we've already put a piece into the map, or do we want to go to the southwest towards the maze?
Hey, Tally, I'm not seeing a health bar below Milo.
No?
No, not since you moved us over.
It's roll 20 being weird, but I see the health bar. No
Yeah.
numbers,
Yeah.
but the health bar.
Me too.
Okay.
I
Maybe.
think I'll have to refresh mine as well.
Yeah, you could drag out another token too.
Yeah, I vote northwest.
Okay, and as you guys extract yourself from the cool water here, you first notice that chiseled around the rim of this fountain, there are words that say, "Our rules are hospitality, ownership, and reciprocity."
Is it uncommon or?
It's in common, and it finishes with, "But here the music is free." And again, you kind of see these arrows as like signs pointing on each direction of the paths kind of leading away. Guess I'll just throw it at you. The one to the northwest is labeled House of Relics. The one to the northeast is labeled Pavilion. Southwest is Giant Presence. And southeast is Maze of Imagination. Imagination. Okay. And yeah, feel free to go in any direction you choose, and I'll reveal more as we go, of course.
Alright, party, which way do we want to try and go first?
I want to go northwest because we've already put in a block there on the map.
Then David will stay in the middle of everyone as much as possible.
And I will stay in the middle as well.
Journey will start walking northwest.
Okay, you head up the northwest, labeled House of Relics. And as you have like a short 20-minute walk or so, excuse me, you come across a little sign that says, "This area closed for the season," and has like a little paw print on it. And you kind of can look around the sign and you see what looks strangely like the fountain you first appeared in.
Okay. What's going on here?
And so this was northwest, if I'm correct. That's what you said. This way?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are you guys going to do? Keep going forward or go back the way you came?
Try to see if we can keep going. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll
Okay,
start
you guys-
walking that way.
Keep pushing forward past the sign, thinking,
Uh,
we don't listen to no signs.
What does the sign say specifically?
It says this area closed for the season and has like a little paw print emblem on it. And after about 10 minutes of walking forward, you somehow appear right back at the entry fountain. Like it just like as you're walking, it just suddenly comes into view, and then boom, you're there, and there it is. You're kind of like looking backwards, looking forward, thinking like, what, huh? And you got a couple more paths to choose if you like, or you could always go back that way and try again. It's up to y'all.
Okay, then that's not the way. How about, so since northwest is closed, what about southeast?
So
Yeah, that's cool.
I think the original idea was on, but I think you had just confused the piece that you had set in earlier, because the one that you did was northeast. And so I can go ahead and give it to you. If you, as you start to head southeast, the same thing would happen, to where like you hit another sign that says this area closed, and if you keep pushing ahead, you just somehow appear right back there at the fountain.
Well, looking at the mysterious wood cutout, it's, the one we had two tokens. One was like a envoy type shape in the northwest.
I'll admit it's pretty similar there. I don't
And then to the, looks like a oval.
Okay, so that would be northeast, and so yeah, I'm not gonna dangle that one around or anything when you had the right idea to begin with.
Okay, yeah, we were going based off of the how they fit on the map.
Still fun to
Okay,
set the
okay.
scene of this imagination land as you somehow just like appear, like keep walking. You're like, what was the movie? Like Spinal
They didn't
Tap.
make the map north and south like a normal map person, like a lot of D&D modules.
You're like, which way to the stage? He's like, you go down to the right, and then you take the left, and then you go back around. Okay, all right, and then you somehow appear at the same guy all over again. Right, okay, so you guys head up towards the kind of recognizable thing that you have there, and you can see as you go that you approach this pavilion of sorts, and it seems like the grounds here were well maintained at one point, but have clearly gone into some neglect. The manicured lawns and such getting a little bit wild. But you see this 2-story building, and it seems to be pretty fancy, although unlit at the moment by anything. And you can see kind of like dimly into the windows there, but it's kind of hard to make anything out. And as you approach this pavilion, the first thing that kind of jumps out at you is this rectangular wooden room of sorts, kind of functioning as a front room. And it has a large open window, and on the arch above it is a sign that says tickets. And there's a left-hand pillar of the ticket booth. It's kind of slightly tattered and ripped, but you see a ripped sign that kind of has a table with headings of like ticket and compensation. I guess a menu of attractions, if you will, and that actually is another handout. Alright, that one should pop up saying ticket booth, as you can kind of see this torn and ripped sign here. The rest of the pavilion is kind of dark and silent as you'd approach and see that, and there's also a layer of dust kind of all over the counter, suggesting that it's been deserted for some time. The only thing you really see out of order here, I suppose, is a little neat small package on the counter that seems to be like pretty recently placed compared to the dust settled all over everything.
Ticket booth. Okay. Well, we do have. Oh no, it's for the healing salve. It seems like can we ascertain that the 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 ticket that we have is what should be used here? Because I don't see anything about where's the pavilion. I don't see anything about a pavilion on the handout. Never mind. I zoomed out of the map. Now I can see it fully. I was zoomed in way too close. There we are. Not bad. Okay.
And I will give a vigilant blessing to Elith, so you have advantage on initiative rolls.
Maze of imagination, compensation. Okay. So, are we able to ascertain that, providing certain things here will grant us entry? The stuff that's written on this piece of paper.
You can see there's definitely a connection here between this little ticket. It's almost like a ticket to like a carnival of sorts that you have in your hand, and this does seem to be like a corresponding booth, although it's clearly not being ran by anyone anymore, although there is a little package sitting there. So I guess that's pretty much what you got there.
Would the party want me to take the package and take a look at it?
Can we put the ticket on the counter? Maybe it'll disappear and something will go in the package. I mean, it feels like we're in kind of a magical place. So
makes sense. David will try to do that. Place the ticket on thing. Wait for something to happen. If not, we'll inspect the package.
Okay, you slam your ticket down on the table, demanding notice. And nothing really happens. You kind of bump a little dust cloud flies up.
Okay. Good
Alright,
package it is then.
All right, who's gonna do it?
Well, David will he'll do it. He'll do it.
Always willing to take the risk. David reaches forward. You rip open the package like a midwinter festival present. And you see there is a map of the domain here, firstly. So I can reveal to you guys the rest of this lovely map you're placed on, as you can get a good full look on this little map that you've just been given. In addition to that, you see the healing salve that was promised to you, which is actually a Chaotum's ointment. There will be, I'll just copy and paste it into chat so everyone's quickly aware of what it is and does. And then also, since you were picking it up, David, would you like to roll me a d4, please, to see how many doses are in this bad boy?
1d4.
It's basically a super potion, and you'll have, I think that happened to me last time I gave one of these away too, but hey, 2 doses is better than no doses if you ask me. And of course this is like a consumable of sorts, but yeah, like if a dose gets used, you still would everyone would still get like 1 dose because you're whatever. But we'll as of now there's just 2 doses, but of course everyone could get a copy of that. We'll cover that later. In addition to that, you also find some more tickets, one for each of you, and a little instruction with each one. So first, let me reveal the ticket, as I'll try to wind the instruction in as well. You can see that this ticket is to an attraction here at Rogana's Place called the Maze of Imagination. In addition to that, there seems to be some instructions saying that if you are willing to sing an original song you could also get a little bonus to your ticket here. And so if you do, you'll get 6 glowing stars on your ticket. That's all I can tell you for now. So it's up to each one. It's kind of just if you want the spotlight to be on you for a minute. And you could either just say what your song is about, or you could sing a few lines of it yourself if that's what you want to do. But everyone has the opportunity. I'll just go backwards from on the roll 20 order. So Taroni, if you would like to, would you like to give an original song to the booth here?
No, thank you.
So you take your ticket quietly and decline any song and take a step back to maybe curiously see if your friends take the offer. How about Kane? What would you do?
I will, but I'm trying to think of a song.
Okay, we'll jump right back to if Milo, you have something? I know David has something.
I couldn't think of anything.
So if you don't have anything too specific, you could just like give me a description of what it would be like, and that's good enough for me.
Well, I don't have an original song. I was thinking of a older song. Right now, Milo's fascinated with fire, so that song "Fire," fire.
You get like a concerned look from your new friends here as you just fire. They're like, oh. All right, so if that's one. Anybody else?
Just start singing mercy all over the place. Mercy this and mercy that, mercy and mercy, 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 mercy.
You're like stomping your feet in this rhythm and throwing your hands up and such, and everyone's like, huh, as you realize, everyone's got their own interpretation of how to get down.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. And I sing The Sound of Silence.
Everything gets like quiet and still for a moment as the kind of the noise coming from everyone else like dies down, and everyone looks and they're like, whoa.
So Aleth is going to sample a song, and he's going to basically create words to the Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. So that will be his original tune.
Okay, and David?
All right. Strumming the things again. Sure. I'll just read out the lyrics, because I don't have like a thing here. He begins to praise Helm as he sings. Sing to the Lord a new song, to the Lord all the earth. To the Lord praise his name, proclaim his salvation day after day, declare his glory among the nations, his marvelous deeds among the peoples. For great is he and most worthy of praise, but he is to be feared above all. For all of the nations are idols, but the Lord made of heaven, splendor and majesty are before him, strength and glory are in his sanctuary. And you see him reading from what he wrote. You see that it's his 96th Psalm, verses 1 to 7.
All right, and as your resounding voice kind of starts to echo out across this field of clouds surrounding you in this pathway, you kind of have each respectfully given each other your turn to, take the spotlight if desired, or just have a little expression there, get it out of your system, however it were. And after a good 15 minutes or so, you all feel like a little like silly but happy, a little better in ways, as you could feel the workings of the Feywild kind of pushing your normally stoic expressions into the shadow of a smile. And as you do so, you all kind of like sheepishly look at each other, perhaps, or maybe even a little more confident in some of you, as you see these 6 stars appear on each of your tickets. All 5 of you notice that you have now gotten a charm of restoration that seems to only work for while you are in the maze of imagination. Kind of goes with the ticket. And just a little refresher on that. I can copy and paste this one too if needed, but I could probably just say it real quick. It gives you, you have 6 charges, and you can use an action to spend some of the charges. As you do, the neat little stars will kind of peel and fall away off your ticket. But what they do is you could use 4 of them to cast Greater Restoration, or you could use 2 of them to do a Lesser Restoration. But like I said, it seems to really just be for the maze. So there's that. And also, go ahead and take a DM inspiration, each of you, for for making just a little more fun. And so you guys, I guess you have a clear path forward towards the maze, of course, and tickets to get in. But there also is the rest of this kind of looming building behind you if you are curious. So I guess I'll kind of leave that up to you guys, what you want to do next.
Which one is the party interested in?
Well, I got a ticket in my hand for Maze of Imagination, so I don't have tickets for anywhere else.
You do have a ticket for the pavilion that you're in.
Oh, I thought we gave the ticket up.
Yeah, but you can use it in that sense. You're free here, you can tell, where elsewhere you were kind of barred. It's kind of if you want to take the time to look around. It's up to y'all.
Oh, yeah, let's look around the pavilion. We're here.
Yeah, we don't know what we'll find here. Sounds interesting.
They may have cotton candy.
Okay, so curiosity gets the cat. Too fitting for this one. You push past the ticket booth into a door that leads into what seems to be a kitchen. There's another door that leads on.
We'll take our ticket and hold it in front of us, so if anybody accosts us, say we had a ticket, but nobody take it.
It seems to be just very silent and empty here. But you come in and there's a couple more doors leading off. Pretty typical looking kitchen. There's a few knives and several wooden spoons left over. You can see all sorts of like little stoves and prep tables and old discarded pots and even some few kind of odder implements you can't really identify. And yet everything does seem to be like covered in dust, like it hasn't been used in a while. And I guess we could have a group survival check real quick as you come in through this area.
Can I have guidance on myself?
I'd probably just do a straight roll. It's like,
Okay.
it's just this is nothing too
time
serious.
The second time I rolled a 2 on a survival check.
It is rolling, I swear.
Kane coming in clutch. You do see there are some footprints here, kind of like the ones you discovered before around the wagon, and yet these ones are much larger. They kind of go towards one of the doors. There's a door kind of leading to the west, and the footprints follow that way. There's another door kind of north as well. That seems to be like a pantry sort of area beyond.
All right, I'll point those out to the group. Well, should we open up the pantry?
You sure can, and you bust it open and you see that it's actually quite spacious, and contains just mostly empty barrels and old moldering dusty flour. Nothing too much of value here, although as you look in, go ahead and make me a nature check real quick.
Everybody or
Permission
just
for guidance?
You can cast guidance on And anybody else who wants to take a look in, of course.
Yes, please.
So we're kind of in exploration mode at this point, so it's nothing, too strict. So you really just get a sense that nothing here seems to be too disturbed, and you can't really pick up on much more than that. But there's another doorway off where those kind of big feline prints lead off to. No objections. We'll head that way into what seems to be a grand ballroom. This is quite massive, a good 50 by 50 room, well polished wooden floor, still shining, and unfortunately though everything here still is covered in this dust. There's a door off to the north, and there's another one that kind of leads outside back into the grounds. And what kind of would attract your attention here mostly is this woodcut of a pixie holding their hands between their legs in the northeast corner of the room. Quickly you're like, oh, that's probably a latrine though, as it's but there's another door kind of leading off east, seems to be like to a stairwell, and there's another one that leads like where you just came from to the kitchen. So yeah, there's a bathroom and a stairwell kind of coming from here. Other than that, you see that this ballroom has pillars to support like the massive ceiling overhead, and there's some sconces where lanterns used to be, and along each wall here you see pictures of cats dressed in human clothing and dancing in various poses. It's pretty lovely. Someone had quite an obsession here, you can see.
Check the latrine, the bathroom. Because I'm a completionist.
Of course, you kind of
I
walk
want to
towards,
leave the level without looking in at least.
as you walk across towards the latrine. You kind of get a better look in the corner of this room. There's a large piano that is covered in dust, and as everyone's coming through, we could just do a general survival check, and so if one of you wanted to use your action to use guidance, that's of course definitely acceptable. But you guys can all take a stab at it here, as you all just be making your way through here. We got that passive perception at 24, but I don't, it's always fun to roll,
Yeah.
I gotta make you roll for some things still. Oh yeah, this one's easy. You can see that the feline tracks here seem to go out the door back into the pavilion grounds. There doesn't really seem to be too much more value here, but of course you might want to check out some other things. There's the latrine, and it has a single toilet in there and a little sink and mirror, and not much more, honestly. And again, seems to be pretty. I'm like, somehow there's a fresh one in there though. I'm like, dun dun dun, who's been here?
No,
in truth,
I was looking for drugs. Oh wait,
oh, you found something else. No, actually, it's pretty much like the rest of the place. It's pretty bare.
All right. Do we want to go to the stairs?
All right, let's move on to the stairs. We can keep kind of rolling through here as it is. This a good little theater of the mind exploration. Coming to a stairwell, a little rectangular room, and it leads up to a second level. I'm not gonna make y'all roll for it over and over and over again, but you can see the tracks here have gone up and down the stairs like numerous times. Those large kind of feline footprints, they're definitely tracked up and down these stairs quite a bit. You make your way up to a pretty similar rectangular room at the top of the stairwell, and you see that this one has a large window that looks out in kind of the direction of the entry gate you came through, the little portal there. And there's also a picture in here of an elven-looking fae in a green dress. She has 3 kittens, one in her arms and one on each shoulder. The first kitten is black and wears a gold heart necklace that reads Foresight. The second kitten is white and wears a brushed iron necklace that reads Intellect. And the final kitten is an orange tabby, has a little copper heart necklace that reads memory. And again, you can see that, yeah, those cat prints are all over here. There is, you're in a little hallway here. There's a door, I'd say, kind of two doors, one off to the side, and then one at the end of the hallway.
Check the side doors first.
This is clearly a guest bedroom. There's a window kind of looking over in the west. You can see the fields kind of wrapping around back to the pavilion and such. Lots of dust in here. Middle of the room has like a large bed, but it's just super, super dusty. There's a couple tables, but not too much of value in any way here.
Looking out the window, don't see a large cat stalking around out there.
There's that. Dun dun. No, not really. This place seems to be pretty abandoned. And we'll keep moving to that last room. Just keep it rolling as you come into and you see a massive double bed. Like the other rooms here in this pavilion, it's got that thick whole layer of dust. And this one, though, that kind of attracts your attention is a painting displayed above the bed of an elven fae in a black dress. And sitting on either side of her are two large displacer beasts, kind of black panther-like creatures. They are bearing toothy smiles, and each cat is wearing a collar with a little heart on it. One says Zerst, and the other reads Marnabara. And you can see those tracks kind of going in and out of the room. Seems probably within the last week. And you can also see that when the tracks come in here, they lead to a large trunk in the corner of the room. There's kind of what seems to be like a closet of sorts. You can see a doorway leading that way, and there's another doorway in the room that seems to lead off towards a bath. You would probably guess, just based off of where you're at.
My eye is drawn to that trunk, but I do not have detect magic, so I'm going to look at it and see if I see any visible traps.
I cast detect traps with my eyes and my HP.
Yes.
I'm not seeing. I don't think I'm on the right map. For some reason, it's still showing the map.
We're in theater mind. We're not.
Oh, okay. All right. I just got confused for a second there. That's all. Oh, sorry.
Don't worry about it.
There was a map for this one, but it was not too great. So, and there's not there's no combat here necessarily or anything. So I was like, it's okay. We can use our brains.
Oh yeah, definitely.
A scary thought, I know.
Yeah, terrifying.
Well, I do have an 8 intelligence, so.
Okay, so did you cast Detect Magic? Was that for reals?
No, I do not have detect magic, so I'm looking at it with just my eyeballs.
Yeah, I didn't prep it today either.
Okay, so you take a look at it, and you can see that it's clearly locked. And that's pretty much all you could detect.
I'll search it for traps.
There doesn't seem to be anything that you could really detect. It just seems to be like pretty well locked. It'd take quite the rogue to pick this lock, as it were.
Well, all right. Well, I'll attempt to. I'll make sure everybody's kind of far away from me just in case.
Definitely give you guidance.
So I guess.
So 20.
That is quite the rogue.
As you start to, with the full 20, okay, all right. So I'm guessing everyone got out of the room except for the person that had used guidance on you, right?
I just cast guidance and then move out.
Leaped out of it.
Yeah, it lasts a minute. So.
Okay, so you're pretty much the only one in there. As you bust it open, and you can see that. Damn it! detect magic would have been wonderful, as you just see this kind of glowing glyph in the inside of the chest. Totally undetectable from the outside, and unless you had detect magic, you could get through that thin layer of wood. But as you bust it open, it kind of shines out at you, and let me see. I will need a wisdom saving throw from just you, as you're the only one in the room.
Is this a charm or anything effect with it, or no?
No, you might be on your own for this one.
Oh, jeez.
As
Freaking rolling such crap.
As you, like, one moment you're creaking open the top of this lid where you were kind of struggling to get it open, and you feel with just kind of that little luck of the guidance kind of placed upon you, oh, there it is. Everything finally clicked into place. As it busts open, in one moment you're kind of like, huh? As you just see this kind of like light of this glyph shining out at you, and next thing you know, you just are almost somewhere else. As this spell kind of assaults and starts to twist your mind, you start to see these delusions, and it makes you feel very confused, as that is pretty much what it is, the confusion spell. And so, go ahead and roll me a d10 real quick. And I don't think we'll need to pull initiative here, but if we need to, we can. But as all of a sudden, you cannot do anything at all. You're just locked into place in these horrified delusions. Feel free to describe them if you like. Torture your mind. And your friends, you could see that he's obviously conflicted with something, just like stops and becomes rigid and like locks up, and perhaps a feared expression behind his eyes. But you know, if anybody wants to act, you can, and then also feel free to describe your tortured delusions there.
You just see me just start going, put my hands on my head and just pulling my hair out and just like spinning around, like not knowing what's going on. Don't seem to be recognizing anybody, or just like don't know there's anyone else with me. Just basically zoning out, basically into some other space somewhere that I don't recognize.
Okay, and how does anybody react?
Would I know if this was a charm or a fear effect?
You could give an Arcana if you want to use. If you want to use, like, because we could consider this a turn for everybody to kind of have a reaction here, and if you want to use yours to determine that with an Arcana check, then I'm cool with that.
Hey, I rolled a nat 20, so I got a 19.
You could see that it's not a fear effect or anything like that. It seems to be a specific kind of spell effect of some sort.
All right, I will. So that's my action. Next round, I'll cast a spell magic on them.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything with their kind of quote unquote turn here? Okay, we'll go back around then, essentially. And before you do dispel magic, you definitely have a chance still to break free if we'll just get another wisdom saving throw, considering it like the end of your turn there for the afflicted.
Okay. Let's see if I can roll over a freaking 3. There we go.
All right, you have no idea what's going on with your friends, or if someone's coming about trying to help you or anything. You just feel lost in this despair for a moment until finally, you know, your hands kind of slowly lower from pulling your hair out, and you're able to kind of steady your breathing, and the darkness that you knew was in you all along kind of retreats back to its little hidey hole, as it were, and you're able to kind of come over this confusion. Nobody got hurt even. You didn't even have to hit your friend, so
that's a good thing.
that's always a plus. And then after that, of course, I know you'd be dying to be like, probably just smash the chest, but you can look at it, and unfortunately you see how it has been completely emptied out, possibly by this large padded feline creature, and yet there is one thing in the box, and it is what appears to be a sort of journal entry. And we are going hand out crazy today. Gotta love it, because here's another one. Should be popping up for you guys now, as you guys can all kind of give that a quick read. And whenever you're ready, there is kind of like the wardrobe and the bath if you're feeling completionist. And then
Yeah, definitely.
we could take a break before we move on to the Maze of Imagination, as I think we're at a pretty steady clip as we're moving along here. So what do you think, y'all? Bath or wardrobe?
Wardrobe.
Okay. It's a kind of a large wooden door here leading from the bedroom into a spacious closet wardrobe kind of area. It's like, dang, she got it made here. This is just really nice. It's even got these windows that face the grounds, sort of north of the pavilion. And similar to the other rooms, though, it just seems to be covered in dust, and there's empty metal hangers kind of lining the large cabinet there. You could kind of search the drawers and such, but there really is not too much of value there. And you do see though that on the southern wall there's a mirror of sorts. Seems to be like of some import, as it's kind of framed with these silver lizards whose mouths seem to be like radiating this lightning that's been made from some sort of silver, like chrome metal. You can see it's kind of old, but probably of some importance to somebody at least. But seems to be a mirror upon glance. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's look in there, see if it's see if it reflects him or
As you
not
look,
ideal.
yeah, as you look into it. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. I was just going to look in the mirror.
Okay. It's clearly seemed to be perhaps used maybe for some divination magic, you know, so like for a scryer purpose. But as you look into it and kind of thinking, for an instance, you just see it slightly fog over with this mist, and this image of a dark forest underneath a canopy of stars appears. After another second, the image fades to reveal your handsomely astonished face.
Is the Dark Forest similar to where we met the traveling group?
It does seem very similar. You feel like if you had a good long glance at it, you could probably like match it up, but just you had the thought in your head, and yeah, honestly, it does seem to be pretty dang similar.
So maybe someone was scrying when the attack took place. All right. There was the water closet outside the wardrobe.
All right, I guess this is fitting as we can have us a little water closet break ourselves right after this. And you come into a beautifully tiled room. Still pretty spacious by our standards. So she's living in luxury here. A 10-foot by 20-foot bathroom. I mean, let's go. But anyways, I'm sure the tub would be a nice size. You see kind of a door leading kind of downstairs, just a little more easier entry to the loo, as it were. And there is a nice large cast iron tub and toilet, and there's a little kind of tub containing towels and amenities of sorts, but they seem to be probably of not great use in this age, as they're clearly very old. Everything's covered in dust. There's definitely a theme there. And if you want to try the faucet or anything like that, though, you can see that the water still works, and somehow it's pure water. And there's definitely a hot tap, a cold tap. I mean, this is like some strange revolutionary magic. How are they doing this? Unless I mean, then again, some fancy cities probably have nice things like this.
Tier 1 will drink the water.
Feels nice. Just some good old clean water. Okay, so in the spirit of time, that does pretty much wrap up our little exploration of the pavilion. Giving you a bit more backstory here in some ways. And yeah, if everyone wants to take a quick 5-minute break, we can come back at 30 after 31 or whatever. I'll see you guys in just a bit.
Thanks.
All right, all right, all right. Let's get back to it. Okay, so we'll give it a little tentative start for those couple. Just jumping back in, as I know we don't always have the time for discussion of things as we go. So, yeah, you kind of make yourselves way back to this fountain, all too familiar, except for this time you at least intended to come here. And feel free to discuss amongst yourselves the revelations as of late, and then of course you know where you're going next.
What I miss? I saw some saving throws, and I was tempted to say you have a +3 from being within 10 feet of David.
He just got a little confused, but then he no longer got confused.
It is what it is. Okay. So what was the letter that the party found? Something about a cake and talking to the summer court about being left alone.
Yeah, that was found in the bottom of the chest that we opened that had the confusion spell on it.
Someone's birthday. Okay. Oh.
And we saw pictures of the elf lady with with 3 cats and then 2 displacer beasts.
Okay. Sounds like the dream.
So be on the lookout for a couple displacer beasts, because there are giant cat paws running around and they might match.
Okay.
We're heading to the Mazes of Imagination if anybody, objects.
Sounds fun. Let's go.
Since we got the tickets.
Oh boy. The Maze of Imagination.
It's gonna be amazing.
Okay. Well, there is going to be a nice map for this one. It's might be a lot at first glance, but we'll work through it together. But before you do, you have to get to the location desired. You take this path from the fountain leading into the forest of what turns into be palm trees. It's kind of unusual, and you see that these leaves start to have a strange texture and appearance, much like that of paper. After a while, the path just kind of drops there. You could see at the end into a sheer drop into the clouds. And about 300 feet away from that, you see a strange island just kind of hanging there. It looks like an odd maze of structure, but you kind of have to squint your eyes from the distance because it's kind of glistening, as if it's like made of gold or of sort. But as you peer, it really seems to be like this strange paper-like material comprising this whole thing. And as you stop here, the path kind of ends in a sign, and it says, "Craft your wings and fly. No cheating, pixies." And you kind of get the indication that here at the end of the path, you should use kind of some of this paper trees around you to more or less create a paper airplane or flying machine of your design. So this is kind of, everybody start to think what yours would be essentially, and mechanically, everyone will have to do like an appropriate skill check. So just kind of lean into your character. Describe what your particular what's that Red Bull thing they do? Anywho, just like what your paper craft would look like. Give me an appropriate skill check that makes sense for what you're doing, and then we'll see. As you guys will all start to take flight. And so, if you don't have one, we can just move on to the next person. But we'll start with David, if you have anything in mind.
Sure. Because David is good. He's not really one to travel in air. However, he knows his way around land vehicles. He figures with his intelligence of 10, that make probably crafting a vehicle, then strapping some wings into it should be enough. And yeah, we'll try to fold what resembles a land carriage and then look for large enough things to add to it to make it look like wings so that it can fly, even though it's obviously not aerodynamic, but you don't have to tell him that. His int is 10. Okay. An attempt will be made. What ability do I use for this?
As long as it makes sense, you can use any skill of your design. That an appropriate skill check, end quote.
Okay. It'll be a land vehicles thing. Then he'll just base it off of his experience, gauging it, not really having read about this. So let's use wisdom for land vehicles. Oh shit! Nice.
Nice indeed. As you create what looks like almost identical to a little carriage, all it's missing is kind of like the horses to pull it, and yet as you kind of board it, it almost automatically seems to start to like hover off the ground, just waiting for your bidding. Of course, can't leave any of your friends behind. How about Elea?
Not.
So Elite is a little more practical. He understands the need for wings because that's what birds have. And so he's gonna like try to origami like a pterodactyl for himself, and then for Tijuana, he's gonna try to like origami like a hippopotamus, and just basically something wide enough for Tijuana to sit in, and then have Tijuana use his wings to propel him across.
Okay, so you're gonna do two separate checks then, essentially.
Yeah, and they're gonna be. I got none of this and one sleight of hand.
Okay. All right, so you're trying to do twice the work in the same amount of time, and we've all seen what happens in those competition reality shows when you're trying to do too much in the time frame. But you get the job done in the end, and you're kind of looking over your work and kind of giving it a test here and there, kind of talking with Tijuana to instruct him, what exactly to do and such. And you kind of approach the starting line there with David, and you feel like one way or another it's going to happen, And with that, how about Milo?
Well, Milo's going to want to try to create some kind of paper bottle or bottle cap. Maybe like a tensor floating disc with little edges on to resemble like a bottle cap. And I was going to do Arcana.
Okay, cool. Very in theme with the season. It even has a little chair for you to sit in. Okay, and you're feeling pretty decent about it as you wrap it up, and it looks like an unidentified flying object. And you can kind of board it, and you feel a little like unsteady as you kind of hover there for a moment before you kind of find that like center of gravity and prepare for the flight across. And you'll have to see how it goes.
Exactly.
All right, now Kane, how's yours gonna look?
The village I came from had a lot of bats. Uh, I know this is not agriculture; this is war. But I am going to. Can I use survival to make bat wings so I can make myself a bat person because I don't want a copyright strike?
I'm cool with that.
I swear it's rolling.
It's like when you have like the dice in your hand and you're shaking them. Okay,
No,
here it comes.
it's fucking rolled bad.
It's for luck. Okay, you make some bat wings, and yeah, you know, you're kind of giving them some test flaps, and it definitely feels awkward and out of place. But you're thinking like, what's the worst that can truly happen here? And Taroni.
Yeah, well, I'm very dexterous, know how aerodynamics basically of things kind of thing, and so I would just make some using my acrobatics and dexterous and to make just wings that move with my body and flap the way they should be, and just make sure that the inner workings are working well and just the right movements when they need to be. And
Okay, you start putting this design together, and you look around to see your friends kind of come in with this more animalistic based designs and such, and you're thinking, nah, and I would say a full on like wingsuit almost at this point. You know, trying to think with you making these big brain moves with trying to use your knowledge of aerodynamics and stuff that you usually just enact on impulse. But you try to sit back and use that to think and how to best approach this. As you look left and you look right, you see all your friends, some confident, some excited, some very grim, as you know the time has come to lift off. And some with a running start, some with a little lift up off the ground. You begin to take into the sky. Your construct is able to do its job. And so as each of you start to sail across to this strange paper-like structure that looms closer and closer, you feel these strange gusts of wind kind of coming from below. And when you feel yourself start to lose control a little or start to dip, they seem to like rise you back up into the air. A few of you, though, of course, have a bit harder of a time of it than others. As you're sailing across, this definitely feels very out of orientation, very strange. Even if we're used to flying in some ways, doing it with this implemented in mind and trying to be careful and stuff totally throws you off. And so you make it across just fine to touch down with the others, but it's more of a crash landing rather than a safe one. And so that will be for Elaith and Tijuana and Kane. And so we'll go in order. So Elaith, you'll take 5 bludgeoning. Tijuana will take 7. And then Kane, you'll take 5 bludgeoning as you you just kind of come down with a little bit more force than the others. But you all make it safely across here to the Maze of Imagination, and you can proceed further. All right. So you kind of see an entrance here in this kind of strange construction, and you would dip in. Doesn't seem to be anything kind of stopping you here. And I'll just copy and paste you guys over to the next map, so bear with me on this one. This will be fun. Alright, so we're starting off in the very top left, and we may need to shrink down just a little bit. Kind of had to work some magic with this map, and we might be missing somebody as well. So I can see Milo on there, but you're just out of my reach, so we need another Milo.
Or Milo's player could control A and then keep pressing on the keyboard until it shows up. Never mind, it's there.
That probably would be better. Good trick. Okay, if we need to adjust in size, then it'll get easier as we have a little more space, but welcome to the maze. Alright, and so as I'm doing this, I suppose let's go ahead and just roll initiative, and I think that would probably be the best way to proceed. We'll let everybody kind of have their turn in order as we go through the maze.
But Ellis would roll with advantage.
Yeah, that's right. I had forgotten that. Thank you.
No worries.
Pretty much the same.
Okay, so I'll admit I'm impressed with what they did here, but it is a lot, so we'll kind of work together on this and try to keep track of things and such. As you can see, it's a lot, and this is only one little slice of it. But that being said, I think we got everybody, eh? Do we have tea?
Do you want to goes after me on my turn?
Okay. All good. Alrighty. So as you get here, you can see that it's kind of composed of a strange substance. Seems to be this yellow gelatin substance, kind of rounded at the top above you as you enter in here. The ceiling is about 8 feet above the floor, and this gelatin substance is mostly translucent, and you can kind of see through to the side walls within the substance. What you can make of that is it seems to be of this white marble, kind of etched to look like fine parchment. And as you kind of take your gaze above you, you can see it almost looks as if you could see the sky somewhat through this like gelatin-like substance. As you look down at your feet, however, you can see that it seems to be devoid of this kind of gel substance and has an alternating pattern of colored tiles. Sorry. They each have a rune carved in the center. and you have pretty good light here, as it were. And you come to the entrance. There's that open tunnel, as I've described, and you see a little ticket box, of course, and a sign that reads, "Welcome to the Maze of Imagination, traveler. Thread the maze and find wondrous prizes. Relax at the end of the maze to a dessert of confectionery delight. Warning, no cheating, fairies." And at that point, of course, any conversation is fair as we go. But as far as taking a step in, we'll let Milo. And I did my best with the ruler, so we can kind of rely on that slightly, but we also can count out the squares here. This map is a little strange in my opinion, but we'll see what we can make of it. You got the floor, Milo.
Well, I get my ticket. Is there somewhere to get it stamped or something like that?
You feel like the place is devoid of anything right here, and with that charm on it, with those stars, you feel like maybe best to hold on to it.
All right, I'll move. That's 5, 10, 15. I'll move to there. Anything happen?
You kind of hesitantly, soft steps, kind of echoing back to your companions. Everyone has a held breath. You seem to be okay. Nothing happens.
I'll double move. I'll move another 5, and then that'll be it.
Okay. Nothing seems to be bothering you or anything as you kind of take a look back to see who's going to follow you in. And Taroni, you have the first to act. There.
Milo was walking very cautiously and kind of like with every step, just squinching his face, like, "Oh, okay, all right." Right. Oh no!
Yeah. So, let's see, 5, 10. Just keep moving around, and it looks very similar to symbols. I'll move here, and then I'll double move. And get down to about here. And I'll just look around. Does anything happen?
Seems safe, and I mean, your imagination though is just going wild. Maybe that's what it's all about. All right. Anything else there?
Nope.
Okay. So I guess we might have just some movement here going the first round, which is totally fine. So go ahead, Kane.
I'll change it up. I'm going to use my channel divinity from my necklace, my amulet, and then I will bonus action give myself a fly speed and just fly over my friends. And 30, and just move into the hall. And then give myself 10 hit points unless I feel a charm or fear effect on myself.
Okay, so you start to hover over, thinking you've now gained an advantage, and you...
No, I'll come back down to the ground because they told fairies not to cheat, but they didn't tell me not to cheat.
Either way. And so you can all kind of start your move at the very beginning of the maze. I know we're all kind of pushed off to the side there, but so if you...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you want to move your distance from the very start.
I'll just move next to the last person in line because I don't think it's a race.
Okay. At least.
All right. So I think I have an extra 10 feet of movement because of my proximity to David. Um, so I get to about here. Tijuana's going to come with me. But the entire time that I'm walking along this eastern wall, I'm dragging my hand to see if it's solid the whole way.
You want to drag your hand along the wall?
Yeah, I'm dragging a gauntleted hand along this entire wall to the east to see if there was any place where it was not solid, was not a barrier.
Okay, so we'll start. 1 second. Let me find. So as you just kind of step into the maze, you kind of reach your hand over to walk, and as you do, you feel this kind of gelatinous substance kind of envelop your gauntlet and kind of like pierce through. And I'll need a Constitution save.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah, that
so
passes.
as the first envelops and comes through, you will take 11. Uh, yeah, you'll take 11 acid damage, and then as it kind of seeps through and pierces your skin, your body kind of shudders as you fail the Constitution save, and you will also take some poison damage. We're looking at 5,
Sure.
and then
Absorb all acid damage if you don't mind.
I'm sorry.
We're going to absorb elements the acid damage.
Okay. And also, I'll need one last Constitution save from you to wrap it up.
Sure.
Okay. You kind of shudder as you do your best to control the damage and try to turn it into a beneficial thing. And you feel this last kind of like pull on you as you're able to kind of just shirk it off and feel back to your mostly normal self again.
I'll tell Tijuana not to touch the wall as he's coming.
Okay. So I'm assuming you probably wouldn't have dragged it along. You probably recoil from the first touch, like, oh shit.
Learned my lesson with the first one.
Okay.
Elith gets 12 temp hit points, and then his Tijuana gets 16 temp hit points.
Thank you.
Okay, definitely getting some more information gathered here is David.
So I have to start here, there, up here, or
You could take the finish or the starting line here. Yep.
I will go here. I can't reach people with the aura, can't I? Shit. Okay. I think I'll have to dash. This is the 60-foot mark, and dash action, and that's turn.
Okay. And let's just be thankful they're not a 1-by-1 hallway, huh? You at least got a couple extra squares this time. All right. Now here we go, Milo.
Get we all ready to move with David to stay in David's aura?
I mean, if you wanted to like essentially restart the turn order at David, you could kind of just skip and Tironi and Kane, and then we'll just go to David, and then everybody would follow him. I guess you could.
That was Kane asking.
You could ready an action to like to move with David, I suppose, for your turn.
All right.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. Milo would be down for that.
Okay. And then I think like you couldn't do like a dash maybe, but you could do like just a regular movement. Like you're readying your action to use your movement speed to go with to follow David, is how I would interpret that. If I'm off, let me know. But Taroni, what are you gonna do?
Let's see. Oh, I was probably. You're gonna have to give me a minute because unfortunately my roll 20 just crapped out on me. But I was gonna move pretty much just my 50 feet and then bonus action dash the rest and move another 50
Okay.
and
So
just look around, see what I can find and see if there's any idea of what's going on here to see what we got to do to find a way out.
okay, so you move 10 feet into the next square, and as you do so, you all of a sudden hear this kind of like zzz noise build around you, and you will take 1 force damage. So just take 1 point of damage, and you kind of look over your head to see a glop of this gelatin material drop down over your head, and I guess whenever you can, we'll need a dexterity save from you.
Okay, I'm coming back in right now. So.
And then, what was Kane? What was your plan?
Cam was ready to move to basically use David as a backpack, be a backpack on David, like following David as close as possible.
Okay, and so Taroni, you try to dodge this little glop of gelatin, and you are successful. So you'll just take half. Let me see, I got my dice here.
I have evasion.
So I guess you'll take half of half. Is that right?
No, I take nothing if I save.
Oh, okay. Well, you just totally dodge out of the way as the just splats on the floor there, and you're feeling all the better because of it. And then you could continue to.
Well, at least tell people, watch out for above. Things are dropping down, possibly on you. You got to be careful. Just keep an eye out.
So it's so we're still on your turn for now. You yell that back, and then you only have moved 10 feet, so there's 15, and you can keep on going however you see fit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that.
Yeah, I would be right here, and that'll end my turn.
Okay. And then Kane is following. I'm presuming we can go to the next turn there.
Yeah. Kane will ready to follow David, and I'll shout down the hall. I don't think it's a race.
There's loot ahead. Elaith, what's your plan of action? Elaith, you unmute.
Yeah, I was just following.
Okay. And then, yeah, so it's all on your shoulders there. Moving to David.
So is someone on my back now?
No, I think they're just all.
making a joke.
They're all traipsing.
David would not have minded. It's fine if you want to, but in any case.
Kane would be a little too proud.
Okay, no worries. Then
And he is a bat person, so
understandable. We'll dash. Continue to dash, and actually, he's going to move. Gonna move first, and are you sure that nobody wants to get on his back? Okay, it's fine. Just dashing like right over here.
Okay, so let's stop.
Actually,
Actually, Milo's not proud. I'll get on David's back.
So everyone
Okay.
else is ready to move their regular speed. So if you're trying to stay with them, you'd have to. You wouldn't be able to dash, I guess. But if you want to dash, that's definitely up to you still. And you just
Okay,
end up
okay.
leaving them behind a little bit as you go ahead.
No. If somebody wanted to get on David's back, he would go here and ready his action to dash the moment someone is on his back. So 30 feet, yeah, 30 feet. Or no, he sees Milo's speed. He saw it earlier, so he'll move 25, and then when he feels someone hopping on his back, he'll dash 30. So that'll be 55 total.
Get ready my move action, so yeah, I'll move and then I'll jump on David's back
In that case,
and
the
say
ready
thank you.
action.
Yeah, we can retcon a little there just to save us a minute if you want to. Like you could have just used your turn to go jump on David's back, and then David, you can take off on your turn. It's fine.
Okay.
Only saves us time.
Going
Okay.
yum.
Alrighty. So are you?
But this is as far as it can go. This is fine. As getting as many people in the aura as possible, and I believe Milo's right there. Okay.
Alright, and then Kane, you would have been able to move up to your regular speed up as well.
Yeah, 30. So and then 10 hit points for Milo.
Okay, and then so as you guys move that far forward, you hear that sound again, that kind of build up, and each one of you takes 1 force damage. That just happens as you feel the effect. So if you'll take that 1 force, people. I know. And then glops of this gelatin just each fall towards each of you. And so we'll need those dexterity saving throws from the 4 of you. Looks like Kane, for now, you are not in the same square as them. David stating you all have a +3 as well. Don't forget that. So Milo's good. David, good. Tijuana and Elaith. So just waiting for Tijuana and Elaith. Yeah. Deck saves. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. There's Tijuana. And then 19. My bad. I'm sorry. I don't know. I didn't see that. Okay. Looks like I think Tijuana is really the only one that failed. So everyone is able to jump and dodge out of the way. So you'll only take half. We'll just roll 1. So it'll be 7 to Tijuana of acid damage, and then only 3 to everybody else. That was the part, the other 3.
Environmental effect and not a spell, right?
Indeed.
Okay.
Yep. And then Tijuana only, make me a Constitution save, please. As takes a little bit of splattering there. The ooze kind of rolls down. But with a tough hide, and an encouraging word from its master or friend, however you look at that relationship, it's able to resist, and so it'll just be this 7, and we can keep going. Looks like David had led the procession there, so we'll kind of reset in a sense with Milo.
Milo's just going to continue to be on David's back with much thanks.
Okie dokie. And Taroni.
Yeah, I don't want to get too far away from the party, so I'm just gonna basically just examine things and around, see if I can figure out any other, if there's any secret passages or Any just she identify the possible traps that might be in the area. Make so I can let know the people behind me know not to step in a certain spot or.
Do you want to touch the wall?
Sure, why not?
That's a trap.
Yeah, I figured that already, but
I'll spare you. I'm terrible. You kind of like take a little look. You're just waiting up for the group at this point. You realize that you kind of see that they're forming a little squad, and you don't want to be left out in a sense. You're like, hey, my bad, guys. You're kind of braving the things, doing a fine job. Honestly, no worries. But you decide, you'll hang out and wait for a second. And you kind of tap your foot on the next tile, kind of checking the area out, and you're not able to really discern anything while you're kind of waiting for them.
no, I will just basically use an action to basically dodge, maybe in case we get attacked by something maybe in here that we don't know it's here.
Okay. And Kane, how are you doing?
I will just dash forward the 60 feet, whatever.
Kane just takes off at this point, kind of seeing what's going on.
Yeah, I know they'll catch up, so.
Okay, go ahead. Guess I'll have to stop you right here. We'll just say there's your 15 feet in. As you first move into the tile, it kind of reactivates that, and you hear that kind of build up, and unfortunately, kind of
I am flying if it matters.
No cheating, little fairy, as each of you will take 1 force damage, and I'll need a dex save from all 5 of you.
All right.
We'll get back with it, Lath, if we have to. We can take his
Oh,
in a moment.
didn't mean to do that.
Now you gotta make your way ahead somehow. So a save will only be half. Some acid damage. And it's looking like everyone is saving. Do we have one for... Yep, there you go. Yeah, so everybody will take half, so only 4 acid, as that is that. And then, Kane, you can continue to move forward. You've only taken 15 feet.
All right, I'll move. To about right there. And then how much damage did I take from half was...
So you took 5 total, 1 force and 4 acid. Just as a little bit splattered on you as y'all all kind of dodge one way over, try not to bump into each other. It's like playing Twister all of a sudden.
And then I get 13 temp points back.
All right, you're running forward. Looks like Elaith and Tijuana have moved forward. Anything else from either of y'all?
No.
Okay.
This is for Elaith, and this is for Tijuana. So 16 temp and 13 temp.
Nice. All right, and David. Precious cargo in tow.
Of course, moving 30, ready action, and will ready action to dash. Yeah, we'll ready action to dash upon receiving maybe a late signal. Yeah. And that'll be it.
All right, 10 pin points for David, and then Milo.
Is it 13 or?
Yeah, 13 plus 10 to whatever I rolled.
Okay.
All right, and then Milo still just hanging on.
Yep.
You are riding in the most glorious and respectful way possible. Shoulders held broadly, chin up in the sky, making a fantastic team. And Tironi been leading the pack. What you got? Let's get you in the square.
Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Now that everybody's caught up, I'll move along.
think that's a little off. I think that'd be probably closer to 55.
Something like that.
I think that's yeah, I think that's right actually.
And I'll just move the rest of my movement down to the bottom if I can.
Okay,
And
so I'll
just look around.
All right, so you'll make it just into that room, but right before you do, when you step on this kind of upside down A-looking thing, the same thing happens before, and you'll take the 1 force, and I'll need a dex save. All right, so you will fail and take the full 7 acid, and then I'll need a Constitution save.
So I'll take the 3 key because I failed with evasion.
Gotcha.
And con save.
Taking 4 total. Con save coming up. And you will take an additional 2. I guess we matched on that one. So you'll take 2 more poison damage, and I'll need another Constitution save from you to wrap it up. Yeah, I'm slowly eroding them with the acid. Okay, and then you feel like you got the worst of it there as you kind of wipe the goopiness off of you and kind of grimace and make your way forward. You kind of step into this room. That'll pretty much end your turn as you can take a good look at it and see this room. And for fun, I'll give no explanation. Go ahead, Kane.
All right. Did I see what squares that Trony stepped on that caused it to puddle goo on the ground?
Definitely, it was the last one there.
So I will double move, but stop right outside of the A, and point it out to the group behind me, and hopefully, he's in. But it's on his turn when he gets the 10 hit points, so I am done.
Okay, and Elaith.
All right, Elaith's going to talk to Tijuana and say, sometimes discretion is a better part of valor. So he's going to get on Tijuana's back. Tijuana's going to run and double move and jump over the last A.
And upon seeing that sign, David will use his reaction to dash Milo in tow. And I believe it can only be up until here. Because that is exactly 30 feet. So Milo would still be on David's back.
One moment. Sorry. Making sure I got this. Okay. Just wanted to double check there. As Elaith, as we kind of wrap it up with you, you take off. You notice how, you're not the only one with the gift of flight, and that didn't seem to work necessarily. But as you kind of reach the end of that tile with the instruction, Tijuana takes a leap of faith. You kind of wait for the worst to happen as you sail. The 2 seconds it takes seems to be like 30 as everyone watches. And then gracefully, almost like a cat yourself, you're able to touch down on the other side, seemingly harm-free. As then, go ahead, David. I don't know if that would change anything you had going on, or if you want to reiterate.
No, the reaction, that was just David's reaction. Now, on David's actual turn, moving and will dash but the dash can only go so far. Around here. Not quite outside just yet, but will remain about, wait, here. And then the exact, I'm trying to get exact, there you go.
Okay.
Actually, fine. The dash will not take too much room because Kane and Milo is still on David's back. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so as you enter that last square, it kind of hums to life, shakes some of that gelatin free from the ceiling. You and Milo will both take the 1 force, and then I'll just have a dex save from both of y'all.
Okay.
And I assume you're kind of dodging, and he's probably, dipping, ducking, whichever way. You're each kind of trying to dodge the splatter in your own, probably kind of comical way at that point.
I'm gonna take the acid damage. And I rolled a 6.
Okay, so
The dirty 20 was on the other side.
this time it'll be 7,
Okay.
and then only 3 for Milo. So you'll take plus the 1 force. So you got 8 and then 4 total so far. You kind of just catch some of the splatter there, but David, I'll need the con save.
Okay.
And you take a little poison damage, but you really don't even notice anything else, as you would maybe readjust, make sure Milo's okay, and all good.
All right, since these are all like reactions and stuff, I'm going to give 10 pin points to Elith, then Tijuana, then David, then Milo.
Was there anything else there too, real quick, David?
No.
Okay. Dodging slime balls, but making your way. You can kind of
So
start
plus-
to see this room beyond, and then, sorry there.
No, good. So 15 to Elith, 15 to Tijuana, 13 to David, and 16 to Milo.
Sweet rejuvenation. And then Milo, what's your game plan here?
Just to continue.
Okay, I don't want to
You
move.
can run the rest. You can run the rest of the way out.
I think you guys are all pretty much there. So Taroni, we can definitely give you first honors here in this room, but I guess we'll just keep everyone together for the sake of this. Because as you enter this room, you do not seem to initiate any like combat of sorts with this like strange lizard creature. It actually kind of looks up at you, and you notice it has these like dark spectacles. Perhaps not recognizable in game, but in real life terms, you'd recognize them as like sunglasses of a sort. But of course, not to leave anyone behind, we do still have everyone else to catch up. So it'd be Kane's turn to.
Kane is going to get a running jump and try to jump across this the A, but he's not very athletic, so.
So you're trying to jump 15 feet. I do have the long jump thing I could look at real quick. I don't know how. So it's 10 feet, run up, and then you can move up to your strength score.
Yeah, I don't think I'll make that. So I will delay until after everybody else moves, and then I'll move.
I'm assuming Tijuana had the strength to do that. Okay, so you're gonna wait to at least clear the path for everyone else.
Yeah, until everybody else gets out of the A, and then I'll walk through and take the damage.
All right. Okay, so carrying on. Alaith, you're on the other side. Probably just hang tight a sec, and then David, you got Milo on tow. You join the others, perhaps.
Well, we'll grapple Kane and run the rest of the way out. If we're lacking in, distance.
It's not the distance. It's just as soon as I step into A, you guys will all take damage too.
We'll grapple you and head out because I already stepped on it. Is that Is that fine? Or will the damage still apply? Asking the DM.
I just have to try it out. I could
Consent
see
or
I could see argument for either side.
consent to grapple or nah?
No, but you can go ahead and make the roll. I won't be angry if you grapple.
No.
You know, it's just grapple. And I'm like, no. I can do it myself.
Stop resisting, sir. Stop resisting.
No. David,
No, you can go ahead.
He's like, I kind of want it.
I consent to be grappled.
Oh.
But I'm still going to resist.
Okay.
Let's make this interesting.
But the thing is, David will not do it if you don't consent. That's how he is. Who he is.
I did consent, but then I resisted.
You do consent, but you resist. You do consent, but you resist. Is that
Yes.
for the memes? Okay.
Yeah.
For the memes.
Yeah, because you're gonna beat my 3 athletics, so I do protest.
You got a bad feeling about it, and sure enough, as soon as you pull him into the section, it activates the. So you three will take the 1 force, and then I'll need the deck saves from David, Milo, and Kane, and then we'll be free.
Pulling will make no difference as long as someone new shows up. Okay. Deck save.
I'd say the meat of our module today is probably here in this dungeon of hell, and we made it through our first leg, essentially. So you've got 1 force 2 each, and looks like only 5 acid to David and Milo, but Kane, you'll take the full 10. And then in addition to that, I'll need a con save from you. Just Kane.
To be honest, rolling so slow. It's rolling.
No rush. I think we've been doing pretty solid on everything, so keep on rolling.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be good.
Oh yeah. All right. So you'll just deal with that initial 10 acid kind of splattering on you, and then at long last, we'll keep this turn order for now. But I would say let's just.
Then I'll gain 14 temporary points.
We'll reset it to Roni since that makes the most sense to me. And you guys can all move into this room. At long last.
I don't think Taroni has gotten 10 pit points yet, so when he's in the aura at the end of his turn, I'll give him a D6 plus 10. So 13 temporary hit points to Roni.
Thank you.
Okay, so we made it through the first leg, lots of information gained. And you come out into a large room containing masses of books and lots of papers strewn about. It's seemed to be recently gnawed on by a large creature by the looks of these scrolls and such laying about. And this such creature, you would presume, is lounging in one corner of the room. It's a fat, 8-legged lizard wearing these strange mirrored sunglasses, and he's reading a book casually as heck as you guys come in. And he kind of like licks one little finger of one of his many hands and like turns a page as you turn in. One by one you kind of trickle in, all like looking at each other like, what the heck? Whose imagination created this? Breathing heavy, a little bit blasted here and there, but counting on each other to stay healthy and make it through. And as you do, this creature kind of looks up and plain as day in common, he says, "Oh, greetings, travelers. I am Baronborn. Welcome to my domain."
Oh, how are you? What are you doing here like this in your own domain?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask. I'm dreadfully, dreadfully hungry. All I've had to eat as of late are my precious books. Oh, dearest me.
What a day to not have good fairy. Wait. Create food and I did not prepare that. Okay.
Food? Don't one of you have something? I'm so hungry. I can...
It's not the way I intended to consume knowledge.
First and foremost, is there plant life around this place, or is there none?
You are inside like a building now, you could say, essentially, or a dungeon of hell. But no plants, no plants.
Oh, okay. All right. I do not have the berry, but the most that David can offer are rations. If this creature is desiring food and is starving, that he'll want to try to help.
As you hand it over, his like two or three of his hands kind of grip it quickly, like kind of bracing against your, or brushing against yours slightly too, as he, and like quickly pulls it back and like opens the tin. And
I'll admit it's a little dry, but not as dry as that last leaflet I had to eat. It's will do. No one else has anything. No matter. Your kindness.
I have one spare ration.
Oh, I'll take this. I'll take for later. Thank you. Anything is better than what I've been stuck with. Now, I can only repay your kindness. Hold on.
And like one hand is kind of like brushing the crumbs from his mouth as another one is adjusting his shades, and like two or three of the others are starting to dig in this like pile of books and such behind him. And he says,
yes. Oh, and this one, yes, that'll do. Oh, goodness, yes.
He comes up and he says, here, for you. And he hands you a scroll of Blink, as well as
my favorite book. It's called Noramandi's Curse, Volume 1. I think it's a first edition, too.
So it gives you a little something in return and says,
that was good. Oh, it's been a while since the fairy chefs came in to deliver my meals. I'm not sure what has come of them. I wonder if it has something to do with this strange stuff all around. You know, this used to not be here. We used to have standards here in the Maze of Imagination, but,
Well, something about no cheating and flight might have had something to do with what happened to your chefs.
No. There's the staff. Those are just for fun. That's for you know.
And we'll start looking at the stuff here. You know, just observing, like, is this another hallway that just goes very far? And same with this?
As you kind of take a look ahead, you do see, let me see how much I can, I don't mind kind of just revealing down the hall. This one seems to kind of double back the way you came, quite a distance. So let me just, but similar setup as before, while the other one seems to cut off pretty quickly with a little turn of sorts. And as you're kind of taking a quick peek around, Baronborn speaks up, and he says,
"Oh, yes. Maybe it would be best to continue forward in the maze. You know, at the very end, there's a feast. A delicious dessert."
Feast, you say?
Yes, but, gosh, these... Hold on a moment.
and he kind of like takes his little glasses and like readjusts them and stuff.
These things are so irritating, but I've got to wear them. Oh, good.
Yeah, I'd look away while he's messing with his glasses, just in case.
They tell me I gotta wear them. I hate them, though. My goodness, but whatever. But look, won't you just spend a minute with me? I've been alone for a long time, and, you know, I've actually been reading this poem. That is quite interesting, and if you only have a minute, I would love to share it with you. Please.
Kane will shrug, yeah. I think we're in a rush, are we?
David is going to listen to this poem.
Okay, so you're about to just traipse off, leave this poor sad individual, but he's, no, please. He convinces you to stay, and this might be my last handout for the day, as I'll bring it up. And he reads on.
The dire troll, Turian. When the troll awoke, it became apparent that the mischievous pixies had stolen his name. Though he looked longingly upon the mountain tops and the dusky webs of the yarn spiders, his name was nowhere to be found. Lost, 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 he grumbled in frustration.
He pushes his shades up.
He searched far and wide until he happened upon Rogarna's fountain and gazed into the shimmering waters. He swore revenge upon those who had absconded with his most prized of possessions. For a troll without a designation is like a boat tossed into a storm, wandering lost within a sea of gray, surging waters.
Kind of pauses for dramatic effect.
Thus did the troll come to the land of men, leaving behind the Fey. Though it was pixies who had taken his dreaded moniker, he roamed far, searching for the one thing that would make him content, for he was miserable as his quest wound like a spool of thread measuring out the centuries. Gone, 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 he pleaded as he searched the world of men. And as the sun set, he reached the cool forest, and, remembering the pixies, he checked each tree and bush and boulder. But finally the sun set, leaving him disillusioned that his quest would ever be fruitful. So what do you think? Pretty good, right?
Nice. Nice job.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys. I've been waiting to kind of recite that one. I've worked on it so much. And, I do actually have one other desire. I've always wanted to be a comedian. Let me ask you guys. What brought you here? The passage back there.
David was about to come up with an actual serious answer, then he made the punchline. Tasty. That was a joke. Okay.
Oh, you did that? Oh, okay, I got another one. How does a thimble contain a thunderclap? Dreadfully, if you ask me. Oh my goodness! Someone stop me! Not
I
enough?
want to hear him say more.
Okay,
I
I got one more. Oh goodness,
You can see he is loving it.
it's been a while. Now, where do the bees... Oh, I'm sorry, where? Why do the bees work so hard? To put honey on the table. Oh yeah!
I was gonna say for their because.
I don't get it.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, you can see he's still working on these skills, but he's loving it.
I'm just messing with ya. You guys are hilarious. Rogarna hired me to be a greeter here, and it's been a while since I've been able to kind of mix it up with some individuals. And honestly, it's been a while since I've seen Rogarna. But in any case, wish you guys the best. Thanks for the food. I hope my little things in return will be helpful. And just keep a lookout. I'm really worried about this gel. It keeps falling. I've had to clean up a lot of notes, and I don't want it to fall on me.
Do you know which notes you had to clean up?
Don't even get me started.
And he just kind of gestures around him. It just means like his general everything around him, nothing in particular.
Oh, okay. Looking back down the hall we came from, was it only A's that was dropping the goo?
It wasn't, and what we could do. I wonder if I have anything clever. Maybe not. Well, actually, no. That wouldn't work. Here, I'll just draw a little red circle on the ones. Let me... Okay, so I got a little red circle drawn. I can continue to do that. Those are the ones that seem to have activated. And yeah, it's a maze. He didn't really give you much hint going forward, although he seems more than encouraging of you guys. And you kind of pick your poison, essentially. And I could type a vote in chat or however y'all want to decide. You got north or east, I guess. North or east.
David is inclined to choose this one.
Alright, so we got to vote for north.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Yeah.
you did get the Scroll of Blink, of course, but also that book will sell for like 500 gold. So a little bit of coin.
Okay.
Okay, everyone's going north. It could start with Tironi if that's how you want to do it, or if you guys want to like formulate a group plan, and however y'all want to do it. We don't have to go by the turn order necessarily, but
And maybe we should go one person steps in to see if it's trapped, and then continue on, and maybe jump over the P's and the A's. But this looks like a P and an A are both together, so it'll be a long jump.
okay, so I guess
Actually,
it's. Do you want
actually both of them are. Yeah.
to cycle out who's going forward, or one person just kind of take the reins for now, or
I vote the guy with the evasion.
Yeah, sure.
okay. Any other volunteers for tribute, or everyone's in agreement? Okay.
I'll be the guinea
if
pig.
Yeah, if it doesn't go off, then we follow until he hits the next one, and we just kind of all slowly go, with him taking the step first.
Okay, so if we're all agreed to that, then I'll continue. I'll drag you up, Tironi, to the next one. You seem to make it safely all the way up till about here. And then, spliggity splat, I'll need 1 force damage from you, Tironi, and a deck save. Oh, and also Elaith offers Tijuana if y'all want to take turns, or however you want to do it. You will only take half, which means none, so you kind of dodge the splat. You could call back to your homies. Watch out for this green P. If you have green P, it's an issue. You need to watch out for the green P. Or D. Or whatever that is.
Okay. Watch out for the spot by me on this.
I would say it's a green P, because
Yeah.
this one's an R upside down, and so
Yeah. Watch out for the green P.
Watch out for the
It
green
drops
P.
a bunch of crap. Drops a bunch of crap on you.
I think it's a disease. That's a D&D disease, so you get the green P. And then you...
luckily we've got these things that cast greater restoration, so we can get rid of our green P.
Okay, so I think like basically Tironi can move across, and then essentially your strength score needs to be 15 or higher to jump across. If it's not, then I guess we'll just need to know who that is and how you're getting across without taking the save.
Kane will let David jump across by carrying him.
And David is totally fine with that.
If David would like.
I mean, if he can, why not?
What is your
Sounds
strength? What is your strength score? Just out of curiosity.
Mine?
Yeah.
A lot.
Okay.
A lot.
It's fine. I'm sure you can. Yeah, you're good. So let's. Everybody's. What about Milo and Elaith? How would you?
Elaith's going to do the same thing. He's going to ride Tijuana and let Tijuana make the jump.
Okay, and then how about for Milo? I guess you're the only one.
Well, Milo's the backpack, and I'm the suitcase.
I think Kane just took your spot. I guess I'd have to leave that to y'all to decide, but probably would only be able to carry one, I'd imagine, really comfortably.
My strength score is 8.
Mine too.
So if anything, as we proceed, y'all two could switch off on who has to take the risk, I guess. Or y'all can decide that however you see fit, of course. But so I'm gonna move Tironi safely across, and then anybody else who wants to catch up, you're on the green or the yellow E. And then, of course, we do have the question of either Kane or Milo.
All right, Kane will drink a potion of fire giant strength and jump right across.
Okay, so never mind. Everybody makes it safely. Tyrone keeps on trucking. Well,
And his pride will still be intact.
anybody want to say anything before we keep moving forward, or we're all good?
I am going to cast Bless on Tyrone, myself, and David.
Give it a bless.
Bless.
All right.
Thank you.
Oops, that's the wrong thing. All right, so let's keep on moving forward. I'm just going to reveal a good amount of this because it is just a windy old path.
Yep. I'll basically be the guinea pig for everybody else. So
Yeah, we've got. I think you guys got a pretty good plan figured out here, and it also helps kind of just move us along while there's still a little bit of risk. And let's go ahead and keep it going. You will make it on to the next one. So we had the green pea, the feared green pea, but now we have the equally feared next yellow E, and that will be the next one. So if you want to go ahead and give me your deck save there, and you'll take the 1 force. You'll just take that each time, and that's it. And then everybody else is just following at this point, so we'll just keep on going to the next one, which will be this red R right here. So go ahead and take that 1 force, Tyrone. I know it's killing you. And then if you'll do it, one more deck save for me.
$14. Ew.
Okay, so on this one you will take half then by evasion. So you'll take the...
Get +3 from David, because David would probably be right next to him before he stepped on this.
I'll allow it.
If or I can only go 10 feet, so there's not much room. I don't know if
I think it's... you could follow within 10 feet, and you're not gonna. It'd be an odd shuffle you guys are making across the board, but I mean that's what makes the most sense. And so in that case, that would kind of turn that into a save. So if you got the abilities, then you got to use them, and it is that you just have to kind of like hang back and always be ready. That like right when you see him tense up, you just stop and kind of like hold your arms out and be, no, everybody stop, hold on, and the odd procession continues. As you...
It works,
Yeah, no, it's pretty ingenious. I mean, different parties are going to have different solutions to things, and so there's still always the chance for failure still, so if you'll give me one more force to Tyrone and another deck save. And with extra boost again too and all, you are good. Rounding the corner, back up to this yellow A. So there is a kind of a pattern to this of sorts. I know we're kind of breezing through it at this point and not marking them and stuff, but I don't know if anybody's been like keeping tabs or, but honestly your solution is probably better at this point. So it's like, what does it really matter? What does it really matter if you're taking a point of force damage? But
yeah, it's not a big deal.
So I think I need one more deck save from you, as you'll take another point of force up here on this yellow A.
Okay.
Glorious, as you can move up to this another green P, but this one will be a little bit out of view, so bear with me 1 second as you'll move there, and I will reveal. I think how easy it is with the right party. Imagine how hard this would be with the wrong party. This would be like a grueling march.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you're there at the green P. You kind of see that there is a way forward that kind of hooks the turn, give or take-ish. And then there's another one down here that kind of hooks the turn as well. But for now, I'll need that one more deck save from you, and I don't know how much as long as you're keeping track of your HP and stuff, you've probably only taken like I can tell you how many points of
Well,
force.
I am because I've been taking it off because I have 10 HP too, so it's coming off of that instead of my actual HP right now.
Yeah, and then you're good again. So just that one force, and then you can. I guess you got a decision to make. Do you want to keep going forward, or do you want to kind of go south? And you can weigh in.
Guess I'll try south. I'll tell everybody to wait here, and I'll scout around, and I'll go south first.
All right, so you're in a stealth.
No, I'll go. I don't. No, I'm not gonna stealth. But basically scout ahead, but not stealth wise.
Okay.
Just move on.
So I'll
Just
stop.
moving along.
So you'll stop at this blue P right here, and if you'll give me one force again and another dex save. All right. And then now, let me double check, but you should be free to just move into this chamber up ahead. Hey, I mean, making short work or something, and here we are already. As you come into this area.
Okay.
And nothing else seems to bother you as you come in, and yeah, I can go ahead and give you a description. One sec. Alright, so you kind of leave the maze behind as you've been just carefully. It's, this is probably only really taken, a few minutes at most to carefully make your way through here. Always kind of hearing and feeling those like echoes of your friends dogging you, as you make it through here. And finally, you give them that sign like, I'll be right back, let me check ahead. You disappear. In a sense, you feel better with the solitude. You can kind of organize your thoughts and move forward like you're probably mostly used to doing. You come into this room, and it's a large stone room as you can see it, and each of the four corners have these cages that seem to contain these bird-like creatures. The gelatin that's been completely encasing this maze you've been going through seems to be dripping from the roof, completely encasing each of the creatures. And as you kind of take a close look, you could see that around the neck of each of these creatures is like a gold necklace. Each side of the room you do see some low troughs that seem to be full of water. Seems clear. And you see some bins that contain like a myriad of dried corn. And yeah, you can take a closer look at some things, of course, if you want there. Or relay back to your friends, however you see fit.
Well, I would definitely go back to the party and let them know what I found, and tell them, of course, the spots to not step on, and of course get back down here and see what they want to do.
Okay, so everyone wants to regroup here. It seems safe enough as these creatures are like completely encased in the gelatin.
Okay. Yeah, once we know where to be, definitely would like to head there.
It is kind of in the middle of the map at this point. All right. Well, Taroni, you've been. I guess if anything, we could just keep kind of moving along. If Kane, what do you think would be interesting here? What would you want to check out?
I don't know. See what kind of animals these are, but I'm not very good at nature.
Okay, give me a nature check. All right. Even you're thinking, I think I've seen that before. It's not really my expertise, but maybe. And then you kind of clicks that
Oh, these are colorful versions of cockatrices. And as you kind of get a little closer look, you could see that they're a little more colorful than the normal cockatrice. And you kind of can glance behind you, and you get the idea that this area was where travelers, much like yourself, would pass through and admire these deadly creatures while also feeding them corn from the bins. Although it seems as if this has been a little bit ruined, as these gelatinous substance is just raining down and completely encasing these creatures.
It's become a museum rather than a petting zoo? That kind of thing?
Yeah, twisted one. But yeah, anybody else can free to look around at anything or do anything if you want.
Does this path over here seem like it leads to back where we were or elsewhere?
You kind of take a quick look and you could see where it stops and takes another turn, kind of going back around. And with that, it's kind of hard to tell on where, it's
Okay.
intentionally designed to kind of confuse you along the way, so you're not 100%.
Okay. And cockatrice.
Oh, divine sense. I would say
Yeah, okay.
nothing
We
on the divine sense.
Okay.
You want to drink some water?
It's cool, clear. And as you kind of bend over to slurp up some of this, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, she wanted to go with that. That was a mistake. Wow. Joanna's not very perceptive.
You just take a drink of this water, and nothing seems to be up with it. It gives you guys a good reprieve real quick to kind of refresh yourselves. All right, anybody else with any kind of observations or?
Looking at the ceiling, is there a way to stop this stuff from dripping?
Go ahead and make me an investigation check as you gaze up at the slime kind of just encasing these creatures and moving, covering the room and such. You get the sense that it's not coming from this area, and yet you have no idea how you could really stop it, or quite what it's doing here, in a sense.
Pretty much you'd be trying to and look around and see if he can figure out what's going on and why or where the stuff is coming from as well.
Okay, you can take an investigation check.
Oh, come on.
No, you feel like you may have even dealt with or heard of some substance kind of like this, but at this point you feel like you're perhaps deeper in the maze, reveals more secrets, and you're kind of left scratching your head about what's going on in this room. I guess for these checks, there's kind of an investigation and a perception check here. Each of you could have like one go at it. I'm not gonna cut anybody off.
Yeah, I would definitely. I definitely prefer perception over investigation.
Tyrone.
Fail one and then make the other.
Tyrone. So one thing I'll say about this adventure I'll say two things real quick. For one, the danger without combat I think is pretty well done. I think that's cool. And then the second thing I'll say is they make you like actually have to earn the rewards in this one. Like you're not just not someone's. I mean, earlier someone just gave you a scroll, but you still kind of had to do something there. And in this case, you could totally miss this item.
And I wasn't even going to offer the chance for it unless you say you want to look for it, kind of in that sense. You know what I mean? So anywho, it's a little window into my mind. But good job with the 27 perception, as you most definitely identify something interesting left behind probably long ago by some of the people that would staff here and some of the fairies that would tend and bring the corn in and such. And as you're kind of trying to look around and make heads or tails of all this stuff, we do still have the investigation. But as far as the perception, you find a pole of collapsing kind of hidden within the grain. Most likely just dropped by one of the keepers whenever they were fleeing for their lives or whatever happened to them, you know.
Oh, actually, hey, it's just sitting there. Look what I found. It's a pole of collapsing.
And then usually I'll make some handouts and I'll have one later and such, perhaps. But this one's just a common magic item, and so if you need a description of it, I can most certainly provide it. But it's like a collapsible pole. It goes 10 feet, or it could go down to like a wand size, and that's pretty much it, honestly. So
Does it have flavor text?
let me see. I don't. I'll check when we. Let me see.
Common magic items are much rarer than common sounds.
I know this. Honestly, this adventure's cool for that because you get the Chaotum's ointment already. Now you got the pole or whatever, and maybe there's even yet more to come. As far
I love common items. They're
this
great.
one, no, it doesn't seem to have any special thing with this one. But just to read out real quick, 10-foot pole, command word. You can make it collapse to a 1-foot long rod for ease of storage. The weight of it doesn't really change, and it will elongate only as far as space allows and stuff. So could be a useful thing.
It's a great trap checker if you don't have access to Mage Hand. Not gonna lie.
True. Yeah. I guess there's probably a reason they give it to you here. And that could, if you didn't have your resident Taroni, that would be a great to be prodding ahead. Alrighty. Okay. But as I said before, I think a couple have taken it. We got Taroni and Kane have taken the investigation. But if any of the other three of you want to throw your hat in.
I had a really crappy perception, so I'm good.
This would be investigation. Sorry.
Anybody else want to give a try at investigations?
Attempts will be made. I mean, why not?
Oh!
Nice. Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, as long as you guys are showing interest, I'll, give the offer of the information and stuff. And so it's always worth trying. You never know. And brilliant, David. Good example of that. As you guys kind of pull your smarts together, you located this cool little pole that could be helpful going forward or yet later adventures. And you do notice it all kind of clicks into place finally, like what's going on here. And the eureka moment comes to David as you gaze upon the slime encasing the creatures. You can kind of barely make out this brownish substance being like sucked from their bodies that seems to just like dissolve and meld into the slime. Kind of gives you the...
yeah.
I guess I'll just leave it at that. But something's up with that, for sure.
We'll point it out to the party, of course. So that might have something to do... Does it seem like that has something to do with why they're stuck this way? Or...
Yes. It does seem to be... like there's something intentional about this.
Okay. And then... someone with malicious intent, perhaps intending to harm the creatures here. Not just here, but outside, perhaps.
Does the brownish substance look like blood?
No, not exactly, no. And so... you got some information here. I mean, anything else you want to do here more is up to you, or you can proceed further. It's kind of up to you guys. I guess
Yeah, they got the cockatrices. They're in cages, encased in the slime, and they do have these kind of golden necklaces around each of their necks, and that's pretty much it. So I'll leave y'all with that and let y'all decide what to do.
Did you mention if there's writing on the necklaces?
You can't really see from, like, you're kind of peering through this translucent slime. Careful not to get too close. You can see that there's clearly some like valuable necklace around each of their neck, but you don't see any kind of like inscriptions necessarily or any.
All right. Can I attempt to mage hand while the necklace is off?
So as your hand appears inside the cage, I guess I'd put it where, like,
I'm in the northwest.
can mage hands take damage?
No.
Then I'd say no. Then I guess because it would be encased in the slime, and we already know what that does. So your mage hand just kind of like, I would say, maybe appears and disappears pretty instantly.
Sure.
But as it does, you see a twitch from the creature inside. Is it alive?
Oh, they're still alive.
How are these troughs? Like, are they bolted down or anything?
Yeah, I would say they'd be bolted down to the floor there. Just they were like water troughs for these creatures that a long lost time ago. Somehow fed from below, so it's always constantly has like clear, not stagnant water and such.
Is there a way to remove the cage from what it's hanging on?
I guess the first issue there is it's just completely encased in this slime that seems to come down from the ceiling and all the way to the floor, like pillars of slime, basically.
Is the slime counted as a disease?
No.
Can I use this? Blow the cage or blow the slime aside.
Like a leaf blower, except it's a slime blower.
Exactly.
Going weird.
Let me see, actually, I'm going to have something for this. All right. So
Can I have some corn ready in case that does work?
yeah, I don't think it's gonna work really at this point, because that's kind of confusing in a sense, because your
do we have anybody
effect
that
would
can
be
cast
having
Vocal Force?
your effect would be attempting to move through the gel, and by doing so, your effect would need to take like a saving throw or being engulfed, basically, which comes with something there, which essentially would prevent what you're trying to do. But I'm not as sure about how a magic effect would take a saving throw. I know there's kind of like the objects automatically fail saving throw, so I don't know if it'd fall into that category. I know it's probably, but I think the ruling in the end would probably be that it wouldn't work. That's only a gust is just a cantrip.
Right.
So perhaps
I was trying to blowing it clean.
Yeah, it just kind of, like you said, the jelly substance kind of like shakes and vibrates, and some of it looks like someone just grabbed a bowl of Jello and shakes it really hard, but it seems to just be stuck fast there.
Do we want to try and free them at all? Do they look hostile? Without.
I mean, they were
If,
they used to be able to be fed, by hand. So I don't know.
how about attempting to scrape it out using some weaponry? Huh?
We just found a pole of collapsing. We can use that.
Maybe.
Can anybody cast a wall of force? I have a scroll. Maybe we can put a wall of force over the top of these, and so it's no longer dripping stuff into them.
Or would it be possible to move the cages so that the dripping on them will cease?
Yeah, that'd be cool if we could do that instead.
Just moving them aside, so because we're seeing areas that aren't dripping with the stuff, so maybe we can move them there instead.
So I'll give you one as you start to poke and prod with the stick and perhaps your blades and things to move this off. It seems as if like physical interaction with it, scraping it, is just not enough. But that might perhaps give you a clue. I think you could combine a couple ideas already that have been thrown out. Maybe the first idea with what you just did, and then you kind of would have it.
Prestidigitate the cages clean.
You feel like it's going to take a little more effort than that. This is beyond the realms of cantrips. Perhaps. Certain cantrips aren't going to work here. Certain ones might.
I can do a layman's tiny hut over each one of them, so it stops the dripping on it, and
Okay.
try to take it out. Just cast it as a ritual.
If the brute force method of just simply moving their containers out of the way won't do, then the layman's, why not? Sure.
Yeah, we'll we get to cast it ritually on this one over here.
Kane, will you give me an Arcana check?
Who'd you ask to give it an
Who's
Arcana check?
making the Arcana?
Oh, that was Kane. Sorry, I didn't know if it was taking a minute.
Oh, I thought you said Elaith. I will be making my Arcana with a -1.
So you're not sure what it's going to take, but you stopped it from building up anymore, perhaps, by putting the hut over it. But it's still encased where it is. And as much as you seem to poke and prod and pull, without actually touching it, it just doesn't seem like anything physical is quite doing the trick.
Since the cage is inside the hut, that means this goo is pooling on top of the hut, right?
It's not very fast, so you might get like a drop here and there every once in a while, but it seemed like it would take quite a while.
I just want to experiment on it to see if it's flammable, susceptible to cold, anything like that we could see an easy way to remove. Without having to burn the bird.
Can anybody do an Arcana check?
I can work on it.
Attempts can be made.
Yeah, if you want to take one, that's fine. Information gathering. And as far as your tests and things like that, it doesn't seem to respond much to just like, you're kind of poking and prodding and such in that sense. Depending on how you're trying to give it any elemental damage and stuff, if you just put a torch to it, it doesn't seem to react really very much, if that's what your idea was.
And then, yeah, it looks like it's Taroni, though. You're coming in clutch. Yeah, it seems pretty clear that it would just take some magic damage to scrape this off. So, I don't want to just totally give you the answer, of course, but yeah, any type of magic damage would help.
We think we could just open the cages and try and pull them out, or to get them away from the stuff, or.
So first, you got to get to the cage. Right now, you're just looking at a slime ball that's got a cage inside of it, and so now you know that if you can do some magic damage to the slime, then you could figure out the cage. Yeah.
All right. Well, then I would just beat on it with my magical.
Well,
force.
how about a firebolt? Would that work?
That's more in line there, and so it might take you a couple tries at most. It's got to do like 10 damage to it, but you kind of concentrate your magic as you figured it out to blast it away, and then you see that the cages are indeed locked. So there's still like slime inside the cage, and this creature seems to be alive, although incapacitated, and it's just like stuck there as it is. And then you kind of got your way to the cage now. Although it is locked. So, I mean, of course, you know it comes with that.
We'll give guidance to Taroni.
Okay. I don't know if there's a minimum, but guidance would at least be 14. Let's see. What do I get? +4.
Okay, you open the lock of the cage, easy enough on the first one there, and you can see that there's more gel in between you and the cockatrice, but there it is.
Does it twitch anymore, or?
It's incapacitated. So I was just kind of giving y'all a little clue earlier as you're kind of observing and stuff, but as far as mechanically goes at this point, it is incapacitated. So you don't really see it doing much of anything, but kind of got the hint that it might be alive there.
What do we want to do? Do we want to just try and grab the nexus and go and leave them to be, or we want to kill the creatures? Do we want to save the creatures?
I kind of want to save them and maybe talk to them since the basilisk was, would speak. I don't know if these would talk.
I'll try and pull one of the creatures out.
Alright, I will cast a heal on this creature.
Okay.
And have some corn ready just in case.
So I don't want to be too mean or anything, but you're gonna reach your hand into the gel to extract the creature. Is what you're saying?
No, I thought we were hitting it with firebolts to get rid of the rest of the
Just
gel.
making sure it was said before we do it. Okay, so you firebolt the slime away, and as soon as you do, and the creature is freed, it looks up at you at a frenzy and just straight up attacks. And so I know you kind of had an idea to do something further there, but that might perhaps have to wait, as this thing will throw us into initiative. And I think it's been a while, I guess. So if you guys want to roll again, I'll go ahead and just hold on a sec, though, maybe. Okay, go ahead. We'll re-roll a new initiative if that's cool with y'all.
Yep. And I would have re-upped the advantage on Goliath.
All right, demonstrate your prowess. Elaith, yeah, you're kind of standing nearby. You see the cage open. You see the gel blasted away. You recognize the primal frenzy and rage in this creature as it's been trapped, and something obviously has been draining it of more than just its life force. And so, yeah, it goes crazy and tries to come at you, mostly towards. Let's see, it wasn't who was it opening the cage?
That was
Taroni was opening the cage, but Kane was healing it with corn to try to feed it.
Rearrange our folks a bit. You may need to move in there. It was the top left one, right?
Oh, I did the dome around the bottom left one.
Okay, so maybe Tironi, you should be down here, and then everything else is good. If Alaith, you're up there, you're kind of just watching from afar, and then you see something kind of goes awry as this creature seems pretty has very ill intent.
But Alaith will say, Sylvan, we were trying to help you, and then put a couple arrows into it.
Yeah, it seems like it doesn't really understand you at all, but it doesn't understand the arrows, as looks like both of those are going to sail true, dealing, 22?
Yeah. Oh, actually, I forgot I can do this. Tijuana will give me his reaction to add another 5 fire to the first one.
Okay, and as you do, the first arrow strikes, nearly just pins it to the back of the cage there, and it just erupts into flames. There's not much left as that kind of stops, and then the second arrow definitely puts it down. That's the most humane action to take, as it is most definitely dead. And you,
I don't think there's any benefit to freeing the other 3.
Can we see what's been draining its life force?
You can clearly see how that kind of brownish substance is being sucked through the gelatin, but you guys didn't really succeed well enough in the investigation to kind of know exactly what's happening with that. Something's up, but not 100%.
Yeah, something's up. We should probably free them, at least put them out of their misery.
I'm cool with putting them out of their misery.
Yeah.
And the loot whore me's like, there's gold coin.
Yeah,
gold things around each other's necks. So. But my
character
character is not a loot whore. Me, I'm the loot whore.
Would there be anything for Tijuana, Alaith? We can kind of continue in order here as you guys kind of see. And then as far as breaking the next one open, if that's what you want to do.
I mean, Tijuana doesn't want to bite into this stuff. He doesn't have a breath weapon or anything. So, if we're going to do this the hard way, I guess we can burn the thing, hold actions, and kill the chickens.
Okay. So we'll essentially have the same routine as before, but so you break away the gel, you get to the cage. Do you just want to pop us off 3 more thieves' tools checks there, Tironi?
Sure.
We'll see if any of them actually give you trouble.
Hey, you'll get guidance for each.
So let me see.
18 on that one. I don't know if it matters, but all my checks will be at least a 14.
It looks like there's a very slight margin for error, but in this case, so you had 2 successful and a 3rd. So, yep, all 3 good. So you'll be able to do your part of the operation, and then it's coming up to blast away. I guess just to save us time. I mean, you guys could roll a bunch of attacks and then a bunch of attacks and then a bunch of attacks, but I think we see where this is going to go.
Yeah, we're putting them out of our misery.
Yeah, you guys have figured it out in a sense, and so you guys took the time to do it, and so we'll just move along here as you each free them, kill them mercifully as you can, retrieve these gold necklaces. Totals up to be about 250 gold, and that's pretty much it to gain from here. You did a good deed there, and also you get the sense. I guess I won't ruin it, but it'll come up in a minute that you did a good thing as far as the maze goes too, by cutting off the creatures from the maze. And with that, you are more than willing and able, I suppose, to keep on moving, keep on trucking through the maze. There's a pathway to the north you didn't go to. There's one that goes down south. There's one way back at the beginning still kind of. So it's up to you guys. And I'd assume we're going to go with the same process as before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works great. How many temp hit points are you down to, Troni?
6.
6. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
I don't know how to put that extra red bar or anything on things, so.
If you click
Is that, I don't even.
if you click your red ball or whatever, when you click your token in the red circle that pops up, you can click inside of it and type in a number. That's fine too. It doesn't matter as long as we're keeping track of it. I trust you guys. I trust you. This one's more about the journey than the end result or whatever. But anywho,
Yeah, so.
Let's move on.
I'd like to go south, but I'm willing to go whatever way the party wants to.
We're already here. Let's go south.
Okay. We'll go south until I reach something. Basically the same as before.
Taroni has found himself in the role of the fearless leader. And you'll stop at the first R there, actually, as I will need just one less temp HP from the force damage and a dex save.
Yeah. Oh yeah, plus it'd be gone, so ignore that before I take it off. So 24.
Alright, so no damage as you dodge. Motion for your friends to keep on keeping on, and you can
keep on trucking.
Move on to, looks like, the next yellow E, but not the one right next to you. It'll be a little further down. 1 second, you're going to magically appear. And you find yourself at a bit of a crossways here. First off, of course, at that E, if you'll take one more force and give me one more dex save. We're doing like some old school dungeon crawl traps now. Alright, the dangers ever present.
We still doing within the 10 feet again, or what are we?
That's fine, and so you're good there. You'll take the one force, that's it, and you're able to keep going. And then which way do you want to go now? You can continue down south. You could kind of see it end not too far off, or you could go like basically the turns right there.
Go south. I guess I'd go this way. Does it look like it continues on, or does it end?
Alright, so with this one you will go my bad, my orientation's a little different. Okay, so basically you'll find out that you're coming back towards the entrance, and you would have stopped at this P right here. So if you'll make me one less force, or one less from the force, and then take another dex save. Alright, and then you can kind of come back to where you were, and you already know to hop over that one, so you're good. You can turn the corner there. And we got a long old stretch of hallway.
Well, if I'd gone through an area where I'd been before, I probably wouldn't go that way.
Yeah, you would have, like, basically as soon as you stepped on that green P, then you'd kind of like turn the corner and look and see like, oh, yep, that definitely been there, and then you could turn back and go.
So we want to go back this way, right?
So no harm, no foul, really. Just one more force, and then so you got back around this towards that R that you're going now, and let's see where your next old thing's gonna be. It actually is not gonna be very far, as it's the E. Actually, let me see this. That's kind of interesting. Okay, right. So everyone else is good. But yeah, it's that E right there. So you'll take one more force there, another dex save. All good there. You can continue up the hallway now, going all the way up to that A in the middle. Let me make sure I'm at the right spot, actually. Hold on. Nope, I'm sorry, that was wrong. Should be an R. Okay, yep, so it'll be that R up here towards the north, right before the blue P.
I would go this way, right? So
Yeah, I know it's getting. We're moving fast, but it is easy to get lost. The map that I'm using for my cheat sheet basically is turned the different orientation. Like one's horizontal, one's vertical, basically. So I'm like kind of having to turn my head and stuff. I'm like, oh, I think this is right.
So it's a 19 if we're still following the within the range of the paladin. So.
Yep, and then let's see, moving forward even more, you'll turn a corner, go up to a blue P right here. There it is, that blue P there.
This one or this one?
There you go, that one's right.
Okay. Another deck save.
All right.
I will redo my Twilight Sanctum to give him 10 hit points.
Okay, and I guess that's just based off of how many uses or so that you can do it so many times a day.
I can do it. Yeah, it's a channel divinity. I can do it up to 3 times a day because of my amulet lets me do it once. So now I'm actually tapping into my own channel divinities.
All right. So if you move up to that green P,
and it lasts a minute, so you know.
How much do I get?
15 10 hit points.
Nice. Okay, so you can look to your right and you see a chamber awaiting. You can look to your left and you see a tunnel kind of going back. Probably can guess how that ends. Going forward, though, made it through the next leg of the maze here.
I can't put more than 5 on that red dot, so.
You can do it on your red line, like your hit point line. You can just change the numbers from nothing
I
to.
don't have a red hit point line.
It should be on, instead of the circle ones, it's the one on the other side.
I'm not on the right thing. I might be able to help you with that too. You have 15. Yeah, I got it. It's on there in the red circle right now. Okay, I can make it where it shows for everybody else. I think we just need to toggle that.
So that's a 16.
You should have 15 10 hit points.
And see, whenever not sure which way we're going, I would go to the right probably.
All right, you take your last few tentative steps over the couple panels there and make your way into this large circular room. I guess the graphic there leaves a little bit to be desired, but the center there is this huge hive. You see a massive beehive in the center, this kind of 80-foot diameter room, give or take, and the hive appears to pierce through the ceiling of the gelatin into open air above. You kind of periodically hear buzzing, and you'll see a giant bee kind of fly out of the top of the hive and into the sky. Freedom! Freedom outside of this terrible maze! You see that the gel-like material is kind of coating a lot of the interior here, but you can freely make your way in, and kind of, and there's another entrance down to the south there that is kind of a little easier to get through as far as the goopy stuff goes. You notice that while you're kind of standing here taking a look at these bees do their thing, none of them seem to come inside. There is like a little, a little opening that they could surely come out of into this room if they so chose, and perhaps that was an intention long ago. But now, for whatever sixth sense they may have, they do not come in here. But they will surely fly out and kind of go do, gather some pollen and such as they like to do. And as you come in, just within the entrance here, you see a little burlap sack at your feet.
Oh, take a look at it.
You pick it up, and you see inside the little sack is a bag of pixie dust, which is another like little consumable that you guys can have for later, or use it if it is, you really need to. Feel free to use it. Who cares? It's just an item. Let me give you a quick description as I have it pulled up. Alright, pixie dust. As an action, you can sprinkle it on yourself or another creature. Gives you the ability to fly 30 feet and hover for a minute. Can't get hurt if it runs out while you're still in the air. You'll gently fall. So, yeah, it's like a one-time fly powder, basically. A little consumable. So, there's that. And you also see a golden plate kind of sitting nearby. And you kind of piecing it together, you could see how a fairy was trying to escape and had probably used this plate as like a shield, but was unsuccessful, and they were probably long dissolved in the gel now, while the only thing remaining is this little sack that they were trying to take out of here. But anybody want to investigate anything or kind of check around, or you can move on to the next area, or however you see fit?
Yeah, I'd like to check around the room. Yeah, do a once over.
And we do see we see the bees, right? There are bees in here?
So you do see that the bees kind of come out of the top of the hive where it's open to the sky beyond. As far as any bees like a little closer to you, I would love it if you made... where is it? An investigation check, David, please.
No, probably not.
Your kind of eyes are taken up with the bees kind of flying out from the top, and they seem to be pretty large. Not your normal bees.
Okay. We'll see no reason to speak with animals then.
So as you guys move about, it's kind of difficult to move through here, but not impossible. You just kind of got to be careful not to bump into any of the gel kind of collecting all around you. Yep. Anything else from you want to do as you pass through?
Just look, investigating around things, basically, just seeing if I find anything, but...
I will cast guidance on Taroni if I can.
So I did see you roll the
He is
23.
He is our de facto rogue.
With the you rolled the 23 for that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Plus the 2 for the guidance.
All right. You can see that kind of following upon David's gaze there, that there are indeed some bees here, a little closer, as you can see 6 bees trapped in the gelatin on the outside of the hive. And it seems as if you could see, just as before, how there was kind of this brown substance being pulled from the cockatrices, that here there's this yellow kind of thick substance being drained from the bees and kind of dissolving into the slime around you.
Can we do the same with the bees? Release them, and hopefully they don't attack us. But if they do, then we'll kill them.
Okay. Precaution, just in case. We don't know. There, release.
So the only problem you have here, and my bad, this is something I didn't quite understand, but it looks like the bees are trapped
outside of the hive. And I know I said that, but what that means is that it's kind of the hive is in between you and them. Like you kind of look up and you can see how like the sky above you would normally be open, but it's kind of encased in this gelatin. The hive is kind of breaking through it like a mountain peak, and that's where you see like the slime kind of reaching up, and it has trapped some bees there. There's like another opening there where the bees kind of come in and out, and there's definitely an opening there in front of you as well. It would just be a point of how you would get to the top of the hive or not.
Probably try and climb up there to try and save them.
So as you get close, the closer you get to the opening, the buzzing of the bees gets louder. David, you already know, you kind of get a sense, and as you cast your magic, the buzzing starts to translate into anxiety and tension. It's almost like a chorus of voices all buzzing at you, but they seem to be very concerned with the gel, and as they just see your group as intruders for now.
David will ask, wait, maybe we could speak with them first.
Okay. And I'll wait.
And
I will cast guidance on David.
So let's see that persuasion check with guidance.
just reading the guidance. Apply the guidance here. Let's use inspiration for this.
Okay, cool. That's our first use of that.
Yeah. And it would be.
All right. So you know that you could save yourself some hurt, some effort, and also some, some lives lost here from creatures that wouldn't quite deserve it, that just don't understand what's happening to them. And as what would you say?
I will say that we were only trying to release your trapped hive members.
The murmur of voices almost like translates more to like a visible or like a tangible sound of emotion, really, as they just the chorus of voices shouts at you, but they kind of translate to you a little more trust and really just fear, and they seem willing to step aside and let you guys move through the hive to the top.
And we'll give the go signal to the party, and to do so carefully.
And so it's just the magical damage to release the gel. When they do, you see that unfortunately it's a little too late for these bees. They're emaciated and they immediately die from being released. However, they're at least released from a prison of living death, basically. In addition to that, you feel like you probably did a good thing here too, and kind of making this maze a little less deadly.
Save the bees,
Yeah. And so they kind of all, as you guys climb through this hive, like layer by layer, like handhold and sticky handhold, they all kind of just buzz around you, and you feel that murmur around you as they seem accepting of your presence.
And then it gets really hot as they move their wings, and we die from heat. That's how they kill wasps. It's weird, but awesome.
Scary. All right, and so with a little bit of treasure, a little bit of better feelings, you have kind of made it through here, and could press on. There is another kind of entrance on the other side that seemed to be relatively clear of the ooze.
There's still the path to the other side, right? Or will this just be this interconnected?
Yeah, you could. I think it's reasonable to show you that. We are almost at the end of the maze.
Just keep going, and basically the same thing as before, within 10 feet, and keep going.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, I don't think it's really been much of an issue anyways, but essentially you've removed the 2 extra checks from the maze. So there's still going to be the goopy stuff falling for you, which might do a little bit of damage here and there. but doing the extra roll for the poison damage is now gone. Doing the extra roll, which I don't think anyone did get hit with it, but that third con roll would have been for like a paralyzed. So just a little behind the scenes as you guys pretty much torn down the danger here. Although there will be a little bit as you go. Let me just save us and reveal the rest as you kind of go to the last. And the only, let me see, there's a couple more trapped panels, of course. We're gonna go, there'll be 3 more. So essentially,
Okay.
yeah, if you'll take 3 more force damage, and if you want to do me 3 dex saves.
Yeah. So 22, 22, and 20. Or
Okay.
25, 25, and 20.
All right, so you guys make it to the ending chamber. You'll just take the 3 force from that, and then you guys make it to this last little bit here. Everyone can
And then
gather.
it'll re up to 16.
Boom.
Because I'll redo it for the last one for the, once we go in the last chamber.
Okay. So you guys gather up, enter into what seems to finally be the kitchen, where they said the treats were to give you your little dessert at the end of the fun maze. That was just fun, right?
Yes, lots of fun.
So
Just long.
you come in, you're a bit horrified to see that 6 globs of the gelatin substance are encasing some smaller figures inside here. On one side of the room, you can see several vats kind of holding this gelatin-like substance, and there's a dusty stove and prep table on the other side of the room. In the center of the room, you see those 2 large tables, each of them with its own little place setting. And in the southwest corner, there's a large pedestal that ends in a small hut-like structure near the top. And if I'm not mistaken, it's on the southeastern side on this map. I don't know why it says that. But, yeah, that little yellow thing there is kind of like a hut-like structure near the top of the ceiling there on this pedestal. It's about 10 feet up, and gel seems to be dripping slowly onto that hut-like structure. As you guys kind of look, everyone can give me a perception check.
Is it sight-based, hearing-based, or
Both.
if it's hearing-based, David will have advantage because of the Heron Gun Spirit Club.
Okay, go ahead and take the advantage, and then I'll make heads or tails of it. Get it? Head, tails? Oh, no. Didn't even need it. Alright, so you guys come in, and there's a couple things you notice here. Firstly is that anyone that got a 15 or higher can hear a faint meowing coming from that yellow little hut-like structure. It does seem to be kind of closed up, but you just hear a little meow. You also notice those of you that got a 20 or higher, which looks like David and Taroni. That's it. So David and Taroni are able to notice that the figures encased in the gelatin here, you can see them, those kind of yellow splatters about the room. Each of them are holding a golden spatula, and one in particular seems to be wearing a rather fancy set of boots that he's not going to be using anymore, as they are all dead and partially digested. Further description given if wanted. But yeah, gross. They're half-decayed corpses being gnawed on by slime, but they got a fancy pair of boots on. Eh?
All right, at least the remains can be properly, interred rather than digested.
Yeah, we should probably get them out and just prepare them for their eternal rest kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so kind of same as usual. Just gonna try to blast away at that first one there in front of you, and scrape him clean and pull him
Yep.
up.
I'll just. How many firebolts should I do?
Okay, so actually, as you cast the first one, the gelatin encasing this guy reacts differently, a little more sentiently than has been leading up to this point. And as basically, you could roll one attack on it
I guess. Like roll one of your little fire bolts or something if that's what you're doing. And it will take that damage, but then you notice it and a bunch of other of these slimes, the ones that were in the buckets, and each one kind of collecting over one of these figures, suddenly comes to life.
Oh.
And you can also roll initiative. So you'll do 12 damage to that first one, and then we'll just have a straight initiative, no surprise on it or anything. Yeah, I'll do this.
There a difference between the different colored ones?
Nah, just for visual sake.
Which one are the slimes?
They all are. There's about 9 of them total that seem to be like coming to more into life in a threatening manner. You feel like you've located the source of whatever the heck was happening here. Probably a failed experiment, failed recipe in the kitchen, perhaps. But you're kind of at the head of it. As Elaith, you are literally at the head of the order, and you are kind of the first to react as, the fire is cast, the thing reacts, and you know that the fight is on.
All right. I guess I take a attack of opportunity from the guy on me.
You could kind of move your way, because you could, you could just be right next to him.
Well, I want to step back so he went the bow.
Okay, so he will try to ooze towards you then. Just roll it on here real quick.
Does he have a plus 11 to hit?
Actually, nah, I don't even. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Nope, you're good.
Right. Take a couple of longbow shots at the one that I just walked away from.
Okay. Yeah, it tries to grip out towards you just like it's doing to this little fairy creature, but you evade it, pop off some shots. Looks like both will be successful, as it's pretty stationary. That'll be 28.
Looks like, yeah.
And it's already taken 12. Okay, nice.
And then T1, I'll try and bite it. Seven. 24 to hit. Should do it.
Okay. Sorry, just double checking some things there. And yeah, it for sure does. For 6.
10. 6 piercing, 4 fire.
Okay, and you've kind of reduced this thing down by half. It's starting to just like peel off in sections and kind of splatter to the floor, as your attacks have been pretty gosh darn effective to start us off. Anything else?
Yeah, T1 will back up by me. That'll be turn.
Okay, Tyrone.
Yeah, so I would pull out my quarterstaff and attack the creature that he attacked with his bow. So it's this one, correct?
Yep.
This one is attacking.
Okay. I would attack the creature. Of course. And yeah, I hit it once, and then I would use a key point to attempt to stun it. If it can be done, I don't know. But I'll use a key point to Fury Blows.
Okay, so we had 11 damage.
Well, I'm here. Well, actually, never yet.
Okay, so you had your attack, your extra attack, and then your bonus action unarmed strike, and then you're throwing your one key for the next one. Looks like the only one that missed so far is the first attack, so you're done 28 damage total. And then you want to try to do a stunning strike as well?
Yep, Yep. I would do it on each of them if possible, but if it fails or not. But
yeah. It's always worth a shot, and it looks like it will be successful, as it's almost hard to tell, even honestly, on this giant kind of oozing cube, but it does seem to suddenly be a lot more still and rigid. And anything else for you there?
Yeah, I don't really want to stay next to these creatures, so I would move away from them, and then eventually go back in eventually. But yeah,
Okay.
move away in my turn.
All right. Milo's going to move 10 feet.
Okay, so the only thing, Tironi, is you'll take 1 force, and I'll need a dex save from you. You'll actually fail this one, so you'll just take half, and that'll be 4 poison, and then we'll move back to Milo. Sorry about that. So you took 5 damage total, Tironi, off that.
Yep.
He's in my aura at the end, so he gets 13 temp.
So it would go back up to 13.
Yep.
The trivialities. But what we got going now? This looks good. What's going on?
I think we're going to do some slime cooking here.
Holy hell!
We're going to do some fireball action up in here.
How did you know
Boom,
these are
boom.
the most dexterous-like creatures ever to exist?
Wait. I think it's a little big because the map doesn't have a grid. 20-foot radius. I think you can get these guys, but not this
Yeah,
one.
if we need to shrink it, we certainly can.
See where I'm making the calculations and the whatnot. This one, yeah. I think you could still get these two. These guys though,
So one's left out. Good call on that. My bad. I was all excited.
because maps and it has no grid. That's why this one
Yeah.
is just
Giant. Okay,
big.
so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 then. 6 dex saves coming up. I'll just roll them quickly here. Looks like... What's your DC for this?
15.
You cut off at the start, my bad.
DC is 17.
17, okay. So it looks like they will all fail. Gotta love that minus dex. Okay, so what's your massive damage here? Okay, 30.
Pretty good fireball. Not bad.
So when you multiply it by 6, though, that's like 300 damage. Or what is it? No, it's not 180 damage. That's a lot.
Move back to where I was. Right there.
Well, somebody's cooking.
Hey, it is a kitchen.
That would be me.
Alright, give me that second to adjust all these HPs. Mighty blow is struck. Very good. Alright.
Milo, do you have less than 15 temp hit points?
Yes, I only have 10.
Then you have 15 now.
Okay, anything else either for Milo?
That's me.
All right, we're gonna go to these guys. This first one is stuck, so sucks to be him. He's not doing nothing. You got. Wow, this guy can. Actually, he'll dash. I guess I'll just have. 1 second. Ooh, that sucks though. Yeah, he'll just dash and kind of place himself there. This one will do the same. Yeah, they're all not doing too much.
Yes, yes. Line up for the next one.
Can't say they're the
Ooh,
most intelligent
light.
creatures.
That line though. Anyone got some lightning bolts?
Oh, what is that one down there? Is he the smart one?
Yeah, just nowhere else to go. Yeah, there you just hear the squelching as you look into the room, and they're all just like moving incredibly slowly, just kind of all gathering up in the doorway, just trying to get to their next victim and envelop you like they've done to the rest of this place over time. And that leaves Kane to do whatever he feels is best.
How tall is the ceiling? Is something that everybody with the fly speed asks.
Oops. How high is the ceiling? Actually, yeah. How high is the ceiling?
Well, it's at least 10 feet because that's how high the. Yeah, I'll say like 15 feet or so.
All right, I will be casting Spirit Guardians at 4th level. It's rolling damage now. I think it's when they start their turns.
Yeah.
When they start their turn or move into it.
Yep.
Okay, and we could draw a circle or something if we need to, if that's easier.
Yeah, I'll do
Make
the.
an aura
I'll do.
for you.
Yeah, I'll do another aura,
Okay.
and then I'll fly 15 feet up and move into to about right here.
Okay.
I'm done.
I would say maybe this front one would get its opportunity attack on you.
Okay.
I don't think it'll. Oh, actually, it looks like it will hit. Just barely. Just a pseudopod kind of tries to grip you as you sail overhead. It looks like it will be some acid damage, if that matters to you.
You're killing me, Kane. You're killing me.
12. It'll be 12 too. 12 acid.
12 acid.
Gives you a
Alright.
little sloppy kiss from behind, and then it is up to David.
I'm not done yet. I have.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
I'll move back a little bit because somebody said I'm killing them. I have 30 feet to move, so I was like, all right, fine. Fireball.
I'm just kidding, Kane. Do what you gotta do.
Oh, okay. So don't worry about the damage then.
No, I went out there. I took it. Let me roll my con save. Actually, I don't think I can fail with the aura. I'll get minimal 11.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, David's here now. He has no AoEs, but the first thing he's going to do is grip his necklace, which has a prayer bead of bless. That'll be a bonus action because it's from a prayer bead, and we'll give that to the person concentrating, himself, and I believe Taroni was also doing some hits. So that's the three of us. We will have the bless. That is David's bonus action. Then he's going to start smacking the stunned one because it's already there. Might as well, might as well get rid of it as quickly as possible.
Makes sense.
And I'll use my maul. That's my It's my primary weapon. It's a Malta Swan. It's coated in silver and adamantine. I spent money on it. Okay, let's go. Advantage and grade up a master. Swing. And I will also try to push this guy in. Like, I think I can. Like, we're just in here, further in.
Okay.
So that it's not really tight, you know?
So he just erupts into like splatters, just like peppers the area around you as this first one is most definitely destroyed.
Nice. Okay, second swing, no advantage against this one over here.
Okay.
That one I can immediately reach.
Yep.
And wait, here we go. Swing for that.
You like almost feel a smile come to your face as you just like
Oh,
it
wait.
just splatters the wall.
I
And you're like,
still
this,
got a smite. I still got a smite.
okay.
I can smite.
You're like, this is pretty fun actually.
It jiggles. Your oozes go jiggle. It's fun. Anyway, smite though. First level, swing, extra 10.
Alright, so 32 total then. As this creature is most definitely bloodied after the couple blows it
Alright.
suffered now.
I am out of bonus actions, unfortunately, and I will stay here and continue to give aura to the party. That'll be it.
Alright, you guys are doing awesome. Elaith.
Yeah, it's nice to warm the paladin, alright? So I'll shoot this one twice.
Okay.
And then Tijuana leads discretion to add six fire to the second one, so it'll be 30 total.
Alright, got it.
Um,
How about Tijuana got an attack as well?
sure, it'll come up, bite this guy. Uh, 19 hit.
Definitely does.
It's gonna be 5 piercing and 3 fire.
Okay, very good, as this creature is bloodied as well. Slowly knocking these slime balls out. And anything else for you guys?
It's turn, sorry.
Okay, Taroni.
Yeah. So let's see. Right, and get over here. And which one was you attacking? This one or?
Those have both been hit recently, actually. So I'd say the one on the left is looking. Well, actually, they're pretty close to the same.
All right, I'll attack this one then.
Okay.
With the quarterstaff first.
Okay, so I got 7 bludgeoning. Followed up with 9 more, so 16.
I'll use a key point for flurry.
So I got a couple unarmed strikes coming. It's another 14 damage, so we're at 30 now. It is alive, but looking. Oh, actually, no, 30 kills it. So just got it. Boom.
And then I still have a little bit of movement. And I'll move over here and say, you can throw fireballs on me if you want to. It don't matter to me.
Just casually calls that out behind.
If you've got less than 12 temp hit points, you get 12 temp hit points.
All right, got that temp, and we're at Milo.
Move 5 feet.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Because where can I get the most? Can I put a fireball like where I can get these 4 back here?
Which ones? Sorry.
I was talking about these 4 back here without getting Tironi.
Don't worry about me. You can get Taroni if you need to.
Yeah.
I think that's not quite big enough. So it could be a little bigger. So I think you could get.
Actually, no, it is the correct radius.
Okay, cool.
It's 40-foot diameter. Yeah,
Heyo.
I'm measuring it right now.
So
Yeah.
if you move it down a little, you might could get all of them. With some careful
Cool.
adjusting and a lenient DM, you could get all of them. I'll allow it. Do.
So little
Alright.
to get all.
So we got 5 of them there. Oops, there goes. Actually, I'll just roll it on here. It's way faster. 5d20. So 1 succeeds. We'll say just the purple one up top. He'll succeed. So he'll take half, which would. The others will take the 29. Oof. Okay. It is effective. Anything else for Milo after another devastating fireball?
Oh, then I'll take a 5% back, so I guess that green one there might be able to be attack opportunity.
Looks like it will.
I sucked it up already as I flew forward and flew back.
Oh, true. Okay. And now it's their turn.
Did I kill any of them with that second one? or-
No, but you've definitely set the stage. I'll put it that way. You have set the stage.
Okay. All right.
5, 10, 15 on Taroni there. Actually, this one will just.
Yeah, which ones are in the spirit gardens?
Yeah, there's 2 of the spirit gardens. The smaller aura is spirit gardens. The bigger aura is Twilight.
So it activates whenever they move into the spot.
Whenever they start their turn in him or move in him.
Okay, well I think a few of them are about to activate then.
And it always goes first before anything else.
Okay, so as we've done that, I think that would put 5 of them. Is there anything I got to do? A wisdom save?
Yeah.
Only 2 of them would be in. The
is it
purple's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a smaller aura for the spirit guardians. The bigger aura is my Twilight Sanctum.
Okay, thank you for clarification there. As we will have.
I actually can't even see the auras at all, except for the paladin one.
It's probably for the best, honestly. But
Yeah, honestly, it's cluttered if you can.
Okay, looks like they'll both fail.
So they take 18 radiant damage. And their movement is reduced, I believe, as well, but I don't think that matters that much.
Alright, so that purple one in front of you is probably like the one that's really been mostly untouched. All the others are looking pretty injured. And to finish up their turn, looks like we have 2 attacks on Kane and 2 on Taroni. So they'll both try to do their engulf thing, at least one of them each. So one of them moves into your space, each of you, and I'll need.
Kane is 15 feet up.
Okay, so at least Taroni. Yeah, good. Thanks for reminding me. Taroni, at least just you. You'll take the deck save real quick if you don't mind, which should not be an issue.
Less.
And
Yeah.
then I'll follow it up with 1 attack, which will miss as well. And then on the other side of things, we'll just have 2 little pseudopods trying to reach up towards Kane. Looks like a 16 and a dirty 20. So one of them.
Yeah, the dirty 20 will hit.
Okay, so it'll be acid damage again. And we're looking at 14. 14 acid as it kind of grazes you up there in the air, hungrily lapping.
1 point of real hit points.
Hey, I'm getting there. All right, Kane, you're free to move now.
I'm going to slash down at the one that looks pretty damaged with a sword. It's weird. Don't usually use this thing. Wait a sec. Do I know anything about these? Am I gonna mess it up by using a slashing weapon? Screw that. I'm going to cast Toll the Dead on the one below me, the one that's been hit a lot.
Let's see.
And it fails. I'm assuming. What's your DC? 18. So yeah, definite fail.
Correct.
So
DC 18.
D12 or 2D12 now.
It's 2d12 plus 1d8 radiant for my 12. Yeah, blessed strikes.
Alrighty, let's see all that against this green one who's already pretty well injured. So you got what, 10?
10 damage.
Okay, so he's still alive.
And I will fly forward just a little bit to try to get more into the aura of my second one. And then I am done.
Open up one opportunity, or Milo already took. No, they went since then. So.
Yeah, just the one from this guy.
Okay, so a 17 will miss. So you're all good.
And then I get 10 hit points.
Moving forward, then the aura is gonna move so that he can reach this one. Attempt will be made to swing at the one that was hit with the Toll the Dead with the same swing.
Okay. And it splatters. Another one bites the dust for you, David.
Nice. Second one will go to this dude in front of me. Swing. And
Nice.
I will smite it.
Okay.
Let's do a second level smite, because and and 38.
Nice.
Bonus action, one more because I killed something. Brave Weapon Master lets me do that.
Okay, cool. Good use of that.
Yes. Swing. I clicked it, I swear.
There it goes.
Oh, so close. Okay, I was not on the correct side. It'd be like that. So 21 more on this dude over here, and I will not smite just yet.
Okay, not much left there to smite. You decide to let somebody else get a kill.
Moving a little bit here. So make space.
All right.
I will. I don't mind the fireball because I have an agent. Because I'm an agent's paladin.
Bring it on! David cries out. Elaith.
This one here. We're gonna shoot it.
15 for 15, and it is dead after that first 15. That's it.
All right. Moving on. This one down here.
Almost halfway there. You go for the next one in line, basically. So 21 for 16. It is not long for this. So
218.
Okay, it is on death's door, pretty much.
All right. Well, Tijuana's gonna try and push it through.
And Tijuana wants some of that pudding that was rumored to be here. The pudding started clapping back. So a 17 to hit for 3, and it only had 2 remaining, so it does get to slurp up that little treat. As you got 2 in your turns, so fair enough.
Tijuana's gonna stay here so she can see everything, and that will be our turn.
All right. So like I said, those fireballs really set the stage. Taroni, now you are the leading role.
So this one right here in front of me, I'm gonna attack it with my quarterstaff.
So you're going for the one in the
keyboard.
north. So it's that last strike, the one on the top is dead, and then you got one more unarmed strike for the one below.
Yep.
Which does quite a bit of its health remaining, but it is still alive.
And I'll use a key point for stunning strike. DC 15.
All right, I'm just gonna set it up for the next person to knock it down, easy as pie, and looks like it will definitely fail that, so it is stunned.
And that'll end my turn.
Okay, Milo.
1 third level spot left. Why not? We've been doing the fireball. I think I can only get 2 because I think the one down here is a little too far away, right?
Unless. Wait. Let's see. You can get him. You can get him.
It's gotta be within 40 feet.
Yes, they are.
Yep, they sure are.
She'll want us to be in the fire, so you can hit him all you want.
Yeah, you can hit me too. It doesn't really matter.
They're like, do it anyways, but I don't think you'll have to. You could probably just hit the 3 there, and we'll see. They saved once. That was impressive for them. But looks like this time they will not. They will all take the 26, and looks like we'll have this one will be dead. This one actually go on.
It was 32. I hit it twice.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, you're good. Let me get that. Doesn't change too much. The top one's definitely dead. The one in the middle actually survives it, and actually that's interesting. This one at the bottom left only had 32 exactly remaining, so it did actually make a pretty good difference for that foe. All right, one last little slime ball remaining. Anything else, Milo?
No, that's me.
How about just for fun? Well, I guess let's see. Dang, actually. Yeah. It'll just dash forward into the thing, do a wisdom save. It will fail with the 16. And what's that damage for the spirit guardians?
16 radiant.
All right, so this foe is dead. One second, I gotta let my wife in the house, and then we will kind of wrap up. We do have one more scene to set. Feel free to take a quick whiz break or anything, but we'll pick right back up in just like 30 seconds.
All right.
Okay, sorry about that. Lock the door on her. She got mad. All right, so let's remove this. Kind of wrap up. We are just 30 minutes shy of our scheduled time, so we're doing perfect. All right. So you guys are free to kind of look over the area, as it were, what's left of it, I should say, after multiple bombs were dropped here. And you can see that you can collect the items that were left behind in these slime balls. The golden spatulas, of course, will give you some money at the end. You do pick up the magical boots. No sense in dangling what that is with an identifier or anything, because we're almost at the end. So I'll just bust it out for you. You've gotten so much cool things, and yet this is probably the main item for the adventure. Casually just worn by a fairy in this kitchen, but it is a boot of speed, or a pair of those, I should say. So I'll show that to you guys. Should pop up. Cool little magic card. You wear these boots, bonus action, click them together, tra-la-la, you double your walking speed. Any opportunity attacks have disadvantage. You click your heels again, you can end it. Works for like a total of 10 minutes per long rest. So anyways, cool little item there, especially like your monk over there. You're already super fast, and now you can be super fast. All right.
It's still not as fast as my tabaxi monk.
We'll have to make them have a race. But all right, so you guys have you kind of see what happened here. There was an experiment of sorts on a recipe. Something got crazy. The gelatinous cubes spewed from the vats, engulfed the chefs, pretty much everything around them, and yet you do still hear this soft little meowing coming from this kind of structure up here.
One more first level spell slot for Speak with Animals.
Casting guidance on David.
Thank you. Thank you. A little closer. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow.
That's not a concentration spell? Cool.
No, it lasts 10 minutes. It's auto prepared for ancient paladins.
Okay, so as you stride forward and as you kind of start your meowing, it's almost drowned out as you realize, like with the death of these gelatinous cubes, something's starting to happen around you in the maze, and the walls are jiggling above you. The roof seems to sag. You feel that the gel is starting to collapse into the maze, perhaps with you in it. And with that, as your magic takes effect, you hear a little voice that cries, "Help! Get me out of here! We're all gonna die!"
Take the cat. Take the cat. Take it.
Do we have to burn it first with the Milo's scorching fire thingy?
Nope, it wasn't encased, just kind of trapped in this like wooden kind of container. I guess just foresight can definitely tell you. That's the cat's name. Almost a cat. The kitten's name is Foresight, and I guess as you guys are starting to tear out of here, Foresight can call out like, "I was in the care of the cooks, but the cubes started to eat everything, and they put me there for safety. That scary gel was trying to get me. It kept plop plop plop, and I've been stuck in there for so long." And as I'm sure y'all are having this conversation, you're trying to run the hell out of here. You have about 5 rounds to escape the maze.
Yeet.
So
Beehive.
there you go. You already nailed it. That's your quickest way out of here. You already got the, you probably, the bees are like, "What's the buzz about? Oh crap!" And they follow you out of there.
Escape.
Can we get word to the basilisk to get out of here?
Oh yeah, for sure. He'll come with you too. Oh, I hope Rogarna won't be mad. But you guys make it out, and you're in the forest around here. And you can kind of make your way back to. There's not really anyone here in this domain to check in with. Honestly, there hasn't really. I mean, you have the kitten with you now, but there hasn't been a whole lot of like authority, or Rogarna hasn't popped up or anything. So you feel, the best thing for you to do would probably be to kind of head back. We could pop back over here real fast as you would come out of the maze. Glad to be free of that, wondering how that was supposed to be fun for anybody. Gosh, that's terrible. You could take your little contraptions, or if you can just fly naturally. It seems as if the rule was to get there, not to get back. So you can kind of fly back to the main island easy enough. Go back to the entry gate there. Sure, you're probably scratching your head, but you get the sense that if you just step in, somehow magic will take hold. You could also drink from the fountain, where anyone who wants to drink can heal by 2d4 plus 2, but you can only do it once. So if anybody wants to do that, feel free.
Yeah.
And gosh, it seems like it's been days, not just hours, as you would return back to the camp here. Feel free to make any health adjustments or anything you had from drinking the water if needed. And as you return, you see that night has truly fallen here, but the entertainers have set up a nice fire there and several lanterns. As you emerge from the tipped wagon there, you find the camp in chaos as the entertainers here are scrambling to hide within their wagons. Off in the distance, you can hear a goom, goom thudding, and the trees are starting to shake as a large figure comes out from the trees. And as they do so, you just hear like Lyria jumps inside of her wagon and screams, "Ah, the trolls are back!" And sure enough, down here towards the south, you see the infamous trolls coming back. Great, huge, ugly brute leading the other 3 as they tromp through. And quickly from your grasp, David, Foresight, you feel the little kitten tense up and jump from your arm, spitting and hissing, tears all the way across this little glade and starts to chase the trolls down. They flee into the darkness with Foresight quick on their heels. As they do that, they're gone, which is kind of a cool little like bonus you get for completing the story objective, basically. A few less trolls to have to kill, perhaps. But this big lumbering guy kind of strides forward, no fear in him, as he mumbles, "Lost, lost, lost." And it looks like we are going to jump back into some initiative for the final time.
Yeah, not what I wanted for initiative.
Alright, am I missing one for Tironi?
Well, I did it. I don't know why it didn't show up.
Oh, no worries. Let's get you on the...
I'll do it, and then I'll just put the new what it should been.
Okay, works for me. Yeah, I kind of want to lose that first one. Alrighty, so Tironi, you're the first to act as this mumbling creature strides into the camp.
Yep. So I'll get the here, and then I'll use a key point to dash, and then I'll come right up to the creature here. Up. Oh. I gotta take off the bus because I forgot to. And I will use a key point to use a Hands of Harm to do an extra 7 points of necrotic damage. And that will be my turn at the moment.
Okay, so fearlessly you dash forward to protect the camp, deal some pretty devastating blows, and yet this huge, hulking, stinking, menacing figure just hangs over you. Definitely hurt, but not quite too phased yet. Elaith.
Hunter's Mark, the guy.
All right,
And then put a couple.
got that focus on. You unleash your bow. 2 of them strike true. Feathered ends just sticking out of this creature for a total of 24.
Well,
Plus the mark, 26.
So the hunters. So plus 5 more from Hunter's Mark and 4 more fire from Tijuana, adding its breath. I use a bonus action, so Tijuana does nothing but dodge, and that's turn.
All right, nice. You guys are definitely chipping him away, and yet it is his turn, and he just looks down, his blood kind of dripping down in heavy drops around Tironi as it starts to kind of slow a little. And he turns his attention down to you, and he just swings a huge mighty fist towards you. Oh my gosh, this is actually quite a bit. And so with each hand, just takes a total of 4 swipes with his mighty claws. And it looks like 2 of them will miss and 2 of them will hit. with like some of them being in the low teens that missed. The other two to hit was like 26 and 30 total. And as that happens, we roll some dice. So you'll take 25 slashing damage as he just claws you up, Taroni. 25.
Okay, so that's 13 off the temp that I still had. And...
All right, and as this huge troll looms over you and notices that while it gave it its all and it really should have done more than it could have, it kind of in frustration just lunges down to try to get a bite out of you. And we're looking at 15 to hit with that, which will not. So you'll just take that initial damage, and we'll go to Milo.
Oh, I got 1 4th level spot, so we're going to do a fireball, because that's the theme of the day. And we're going to place it to where it's in the back, where it doesn't hit Taroni.
Okay, so it only had a 14 for a save.
That'd be 28 total.
Okay, let me see, get it all added up. All right. Anything else for Milo there? He definitely seems scorched, near bloodied. Quite a mammoth of a foe here.
That is me.
All right, David.
Okay. First, he's going to harness divine power. Set a spell slot as a bonus action because he cannot reach this guy. And then we'll dash. I mean, he can get into melee of this person, but what he'll do instead is, I'm trying to get here. Here, and ready in action to swing should the enemy get into range in that turn.
All right, Kane.
All right, I'll move 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. I'll move right here. And then I will cast command on the troll and say approach. DC 18 wisdom save.
Looks like he will pass. Looks like a total of 23 on that one.
All right.
All right, and then we go back up to the top, and looks like all of you hear this large troll like grumbling, but with your passive perceptions, Taroni, Kane, Elaith, and David, you can kind of, so basically everybody almost, you can kind of make out the words a little more as he's just like, lost, lost, lost. Kind of continues rumbling that. And then Taroni, you are free to do whatever you want.
He's saying lost?
Lost, lost, lost. Yeah. Taroni shrugs, is like, lose this, loser.
Does 17 hit him?
It does.
Alright. Swing it again. For that. and I'll use a key point to flurry of blows.
All right, so I think you're probably, but that's probably like your last one.
I got. There was two, so I have one left. I think, right? No, actually, you're right. Yes.
Okay.
And man, that's gonna miss. Maybe.
Oh, and that one will fall a little bit short. If we try to follow it up with the leg sweep, which definitely hits. Good old shin kick.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's all I can do. So yeah, that'll end my turn.
He is now officially bloodied, as the Lathe is able to go ahead.
I'm looking up spell. Give me a second. Yeah, that's what I thought. Lathe comes up to here, uses the charm of restoration to cast greater restoration on him. See if you can remember who he is.
That doesn't seem to get the desired effect necessarily.
All right, buddy. I tried. Done.
He kind of like looks down at you, quizzical, and as you seem to touch a note with him for sure, and he will try to bite you, Elaith. Let's go for 13 to hit. No?
Not quite.
Okay. And as his jaws kind of snap short, just a little bit short of you, he will turn his attention back to Taroni and try to throw those claws, as he had some success there. Might have some more, as he will do 23 and 27 for the first two claws. The other two are going to be 19 and 13, so I think just two hit. So two of them hit you. Let's see what we got here. So that is 30 slashing. I think I saved you an extra 6 earlier, too, on accident, but it's okay. But you took 30 slashing, Taroni, from those two blows.
Yeah.
And that'll be it for him. That is Milo.
All right, I will move up a little bit. I will shoot 3 scorching rays at him.
So 2 out of 3 connect for 19 total.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, he seems to recoil from your rays, and just like bares his large fangs in anger as David is able to take the stage.
He says, "Do I know that this guy is like a giant or something? Because he's really big, right?"
It doesn't seem like your average troll. You could definitely tell that, but I don't know how much you would discern from that necessarily.
Okay. David will say, enough with this fighting, Turian.
Huh?
Kane will assist with a P.
Tyrion? With a P? My name! Found!
And then he disengages from you guys with a look of revelation and glee upon his face.
But Tyrion! My name! Found!
And goes crashing into the trees, off to rejoin the throng of society. Only in the best of ways, you'd assume.
Uh, can we warn him not to just randomly attack people, or else we're gonna have to intervene and kill him?
He's gone. You can chase after him in a way if you want, but for the most part, he has that revelation and disengages completely and just runs off into the trees. Lyria would kind of come out and say, not sure if it's worth it or not, but I'll support you. And anyway, I'd like to thank you for your aid here. Please stay the night still. We could obviously use your protection, and in return, you can follow us the rest of the way to Cormier.
I suppose we all deserve some rest here.
All right, so this is officially the end, and it's kind of cool how it picks up, because if you guys go taking a look for the trolls, you won't find them. However, you would find Foresight's tracks. You see how Foresight chased the trolls to a cliff on the eastern part of the valley, and then it just kind of seems to vanish. So you're not really sure about that. However, we might find out, because the next adventure in this series, which I'll be running exactly 1 week from right now, is going to start as you guys sit down around the fire with Lyria waiting for the dawn to come. So whoever is able and willing to join me next week, we will literally pick up right where we're leaving off now and get to the next step of this 3-part adventure. This was really fun, honestly. This is one of my favorite ones I've gotten to run in the past couple months. So thanks for going on the journey with me.
Yeah, thanks for running. And finally got into one of your games. It's been I think I've only gotten into like one of your games before since I've joined the community here.
Like, yeah, nice. I know I kind of run at a random time here in the mornings and stuff, so it's a little particular.
Yeah.
But
my problem is I work overnight shifts, Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
Of U.S. and my days off are Tuesday nights and Wednesday nights, and usually when your games are going on, it's on days that I'm working, or like the game doesn't get over till after I already start work. So that's been the biggest trouble.
Well, heck yeah, I'm glad it works out a little better. And the next 2 weeks I'll be running these. I noticed the next one I think has everybody in it. But the third one that was just recently posted, I think it only had like 4 out of 5 players. So if anybody needs to jump in that one and is able, I would love to see you there, of course.
It's 3:00 on work day for me, so it's hard for me to say yes. And all right, no, it's on a Saturday, right?
No, they're all Thursdays starting at
yeah, it's 3:00 on a work day for me, so
yeah,
I had today off, and I'm hoping I have next week off too, but I can't. Yeah.
Well, hell yeah! No, I hope you do.
Try. I mean, it's nice, but I was supposed to be at work until 5, so I had a quote-unquote appointment today.
I actually just found out my job is about to lay everybody off after another month or so. Yeah,
that sucks.
It does, but who knows? The next one door closes, one opens, so my schedule will change going into the summer and stuff, and so yeah, who knows? Honestly, I have no idea when I'm still gonna be running games, but my time might completely change going into the future.
Yeah. I've actually made it in all 3 of your games, so on these Thursday mornings.
Yeah. So everybody gets 700 gold each in addition. And I've been streaming. I'll end that in just a moment, but we can go ahead and go over rewards real quick, and then of course I'll do the session log for those that had to go or need to look back. But for now, you'll get the 10 downtime, of course, the optional level, of course. You got the 2 doses of the Chaotum's ointment. You have a scroll of blink, nifty little pole of collapsing. Got that little pouch of pixie dust, and you also got those swifty little pair of boots of speed. And like I just said a minute ago too, you got the 700 gold each, and it looks like 5 service hours from being a part of the stream. So yeah, I'm gonna get that session log posted. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks for running.